Okay, wait, hold on. What happened to the... Okay. Alright, let it begin. It's time for day 2 of auditions. We have Lou. Is Lou gonna talk? Yeah, will Lou actually speak though? Lou is the resident troll. You're trying to talk him into it. Talk him into not being shy. It's okay, I'm very shy too. Hello?
Oh fuck! Is this working
Yeah, I
now?
hear you.
I don't. Okay, cool. Oh good. I'm being attacked in Discord right now by various people. I'm sorry. I swear it was all irony. I didn't mean it.
Alright, so what's your story? Like, can we know more about you?
I You've got me in a difficult position because I was watching porn um and then I realized that um I could get into the room or
Well, I
something.
think I'm gonna do more of these, so if you want to go back to fapping, then we could just get someone else in here.
I mean, we could we could do both. I mean,
I would prefer not to do that though.
oh, okay. I really have nothing to say. So, I mean, I'm sure Discord is filled with far more interesting people than me. So, listen to this lunar person. Eject me
I
immediately.
forgot to start the timer.
Oh, do we have a timer
Yeah.
now? How long do I get?
Well, there's no limit, but I thought I would time them just because sometimes they run really long, so like
I
maybe I
see.
would cut it off after like an hour or something, or maybe even that's too long. But I don't know, it kind of depends though. If like the conversation's interesting and I don't want to end it, then I'll probably just keep it going, but still having the timer is probably worth it.
I think it should be like fucking, I don't know, like 5 minutes. You get in, you get
5
out.
minutes.
That would be
Well, are we
fun.
gonna have enough people
Yeah.
then?
We've got plenty of people.
Maybe.
Uh,
I mean, I guess there's always like, it doesn't have to just be like one per person too. Like there could be multiple, I guess.
yeah, yeah.
20 or 30 minutes. Yeah, my hair's wet. I just got out of the bath.
Really? I'm not watching the stream because I feel like my internet will die if I have the stream and the
Wait, where are you from?
thing open. I'm from
Okay.
Australia. Our internet is
Yeah.
terrible. Um, okay. Given the fact that I can't actually see you, you have to describe yourself.
Um, I don't know. I look goofy with my headphones on, silly. Because when I do these, I only have one, um, like one side of the headphones on my ear, and the other one is not. Because I want to be able to like hear myself and hear the other person. And these headphones kind of deafen myself somewhat, which, yeah, I don't
Ah,
know. I
right.
just feel like more comfortable only having one ear, like listening.
Should I like maybe I'll plug in my headphones and start the stream and see what happens. Then I can look at you. Give me a sec. All right, sweet.
You got the stream working.
I do. But it's yeah, I know it's creepy, right? Like, no, it's too confusing. My brain can't deal with it. All right, I'm closing it. So I'll just listen to your voice.
All
So,
right.
but I was in the stream long enough to see Danny call me creepy. That wasn't nice.
You could like pop out the YouTube chat if you wanted to.
Ah, right, yeah. Look, I'm very bad with technology and computers. I'm awful. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Is my microphone okay? Because I've never actually used it before,
No, it
except
sounds it sounds
oh, I've
fine.
used it. I've used it on occasion, but it's just like a built-in laptop microphone.
Yeah, it doesn't seem bad at all.
That's good. Um, what's the time? I was actually gonna leave in like 5 minutes
Where?
because I was gonna go down the road to buy alcohol. I mean, maybe that's bad because it's 10 a.m. and I shouldn't be doing that at 10 a.m.
I don't know.
Um,
Drinking a lot is bad, but I don't think the time that you buy alcohol is really bad.
well, I mean, it's indicative of the fact that I'm going to drink it immediately. That's that that's the
Well,
bad
when did
thing.
you wake up? Not that I don't even think it
I
matters
woke
though.
up.
Like, can't you just wake up and start drinking? Is I mean, I know that's not good to do, but or why is that not good to do though? Like compared to drinking at night, is there any difference?
Well, I just think it's waking up and drinking as your first act of the day is an indication of
Okay,
addiction. That's
fair.
all. Yeah. Um, yeah. Oh, actually I could. I still have some Valium. I could take some of that instead. I don't know. How are you doing with your um what benzo were you taking? Are you
Benzo?
still taking it or not?
Clonopin?
Yeah.
Clonazepam?
Yeah, are you still taking it?
Occasionally. I try not to take it, but occasionally I need to take it. Or like I feel like I should. I only
Yeah.
have like 3.5 more pills left.
Yeah, that sucks when you get to that stage and you're like, fuck, when do I use this?
I want to like not
I
use
think
it
you
at all,
find
but sometimes it feels
right.
good to do because it works.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. I don't know. Does anyone have I feel bad because like the various other discussions you've had, you've talked about Christianity and
I
philosophy, and
mean, it can be a discussion about
I have
whatever
nothing
though.
to say.
This is kind of more
Yeah.
open-ended.
Is
I
it?
think so.
I don't know. Who was that guy that was trying to convert you to Christianity?
They weren't trying to convert me. We were just having a discussion about it.
I feel like there was a surreptitious attempt to convert. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't.
Maybe there was also me trying to. Well, there was like a kind of a debate about it because like I didn't agree with some of the stuff regarding like the Bible and yeah.
Oh, right. And then you started like quoting the Bible and shit. Shit started getting intense. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know the Bible very well, but yeah, there's a few like parts of it that were brought up that's like kind of contradictory, and so we were discussing like interpreting it and how like different people interpret it differently, and so everyone just has their own like interpretation and like I don't know. It just felt like a point of argumentation to me.
I see. Wait, let me. I'm going to just as an experiment open the stream again and see what happens. Why? Why are these people saying my name? It's
Who?
I don't know in chat, like various people are talking about me. It's not nice. I feel the general thrust is in has a certain negative.
Towards you, or what
Kind
do
of
you mean?
absolutely.
I know that feeling.
Wait, what do you mean?
Just having like a lot of people have kind of a negative tone towards me.
Oh, like on SRG and
Yeah,
so on.
various places on the internet.
Yeah. I mean, look, now that I'm speaking with you, I must be honest. Like, you're smart. You already figured it out. But I viraled you a few times on, maybe once or twice on on 4chan.
Do you mean you
So
were posting
I
threads?
apologize.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, maybe
yeah, I thought you were.
no, just once or twice. It was. You could almost say it was an accident. I didn't mean to do it. But
You didn't mean to do it.
no,
All right.
and and yeah. I mean, as far as all those other threads were concerned, like that wasn't me. So yeah, I only did it a few
I
times.
mean, okay. Like sometimes when those people rated, it was kind of more amusing than it was like negative a lot of the time. I mean, there was some people though. I don't know. I just mean like sometimes the shit people post is like in an overly negative tone and not in like a joking or like funny way, but like I don't know. It feels worse, I guess sometimes. It depends.
I see. It's all just banter, though.
Well,
Can't you
I
handle the
hope it
banter?
is,
I mean,
but we know meme magic is real. So, I don't know. Sometimes I get a little concerned about some of the things people are
wait,
doing.
wait. What do you mean?
Sometimes people post some messed up things, and maybe it
Oh,
is
right. I
just
see.
like letting out emotion or banter or whatever. But I think sometimes it feels like a place infested with hate speech that's like festering and brewing into something sinister, and I don't like that feeling.
I thought I thought meme magic didn't work outside of Pol. Does
Memes
meme
memes are
magic?
just a force in the world. It doesn't matter what message board you're on.
No, I feel like only Pol is blessed with the glory of Kek.
Well, you can follow that religion if you want.
I do. I do. When there was a census a few months ago, and I wrote meme magic as my religion. I don't know. Am I going to get in trouble? I don't know.
No.
Maybe, maybe I will. Holy fuck, have we been talking for like 13
More than
minutes?
that, I forgot to start the timer, so add like a
Oh
minute to
dear.
that.
You need to get rid of me immediately. I have nothing of substance to say.
Alright, if you say so.
I actually much prefer being entirely anonymous and then just like typing bullshit rather than having to actually
Alright, well,
speak.
you can go back to doing that if you want.
Okay,
Bye.
goodbye.
Alright, who's next? Hello? Hey.
Hello. Oh, hey. I just figured I'd join since it had been a while and no one else
Yeah,
did.
how you doing?
Well, I don't know if you read my tweets earlier.
I saw some of your tweets like a while ago, and one of them was actually a little bit. Uh, I was kind of worried about you or something, but I didn't know what to say.
Oh, I feel that whenever someone tweets concerning things, I'm like, I should tweet at them, but then what if I make things worse? And I mean, there's no way I could. Well, there is a way, and that's why I worry, I guess, but you know
Yeah.
what I mean. But yeah, low key hoping he doesn't come murder me. High key, like I don't care, and I'm just gonna
Wait. I don't think I
chill.
know the context for what you're talking about. I think I
Oh
missed
gosh.
this.
Okay.
Should I like go to your
Okay,
Twitter or okay,
earlier.
yeah, you can just say it.
I'll just yeah. I was taking my dog out as I do, and my. Did you? Well, okay.
I saw some
The first
videos you
time I took
posted.
my dog out. Shit, what did I post? Nah, I fucking don't remember anything I tweet besides memes.
The memes, you remember
Well,
the
I don't know.
memes.
It's my lifeblood. How could I not? But yeah, so like a few weeks ago, I have a neighbor just across these railroad tracks. And he said some very rude things to me that weren't very nice. And he's like involved with my family in a way. So I was hoping someone would put him in his place, and no one did. So now today he yelled more shit at me, and so I dragged him through the fucking mud. And I'm like worried because apparently he's kind of a psycho, and I don't really want him to come knocking on the door
Holy
considering
shit.
he threatened to beat me up. Yeah, it's no big deal. I don't think he is. I don't think he's got the guts, but I'm paranoid.
I'm very paranoid sometimes, so that's relatable.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to your Twitter
It's
now
like
and read up on this a little bit.
read my good tweets. Yeah, they're pretty recent. The picture of Rachel, they're all like under that. But Yeah, there's only like 4 tweets or 5 about it, or 6 or 7. I don't know. You know, whatever.
So when you say you dragged him
just
through the
gonna
mud,
pop-
what do you mean?
Oh my god, this fucking guy. He just, well, you know, he yelled at me and was like, the first time, I don't want to really repeat what he said because it's not very nice things, but just like, what did he even say? Oh, well, he said he said come back over here without your dog and then see what happens, and also suck a dick, and just, you know, good old banter. But and he was with his kids, so I don't know, maybe it's not a big deal, but I was pretty proud, because I'm never really witty in the moment. But anyway, oh shit, my sister's calling. Ignore. Sorry, I'm so scatterbrained because I didn't expect for us to be talking about this.
No, that's okay.
Because I just wanted to pop in and have a nice chat. Not that this is particularly negative. I'm just like,
Yeah, it
ugh.
just sounds like a unfortunate situation.
Yeah.
I saw you're talking about I don't want to talk about negative shit, but I don't know, just I don't know, you're mentioning the jack of all trades feeling, which I can relate to that
Ugh.
sometimes. And also just like having projects you want to do, then like kind of being unmotivated, which I also am kind of relating to right now. Like the reason I'm actually doing these like one-on-one talks is because like I've been kind of unmotivated to like work on other things, and like there are things I should be working on, but I don't know. This just feels like something,
Yeah.
I don't know, kind of worth doing, something to pass the time.
Yeah, I definitely understand. I feel like we relate on a lot of things. A lot, but I don't know. I feel weird talking
Okay.
about it. Well, not like in a bad way. Like weird, like maybe if I use less filler words. Just that I don't want to have a relationship just based on like negative things or like venting, because I've had that before and that's pretty not good
Right,
or
okay.
healthy eventually. Yeah. But because it's weird that we've talked before, but we've never like voice chatted.
Yeah, I think
And
yeah, there's times where like, well, okay, there's those rabbit conversations where I get like, I don't know, I just got
Yeah.
really shy in those groups for some reason, and my webcam never worked too, and
oh
I don't know, I was just like a little bit shy.
yeah, there are always a bunch of people, so I
Yeah, I don't
understand.
know. I kind of like this one-on-one thing because it's like, I don't know, maybe I'm just more comfortable when it's one-on-one and
I know
not
what
in
you mean.
groups.
Yeah, I definitely there's like a person limit for voice conversations for me. Once it gets to like 5, including myself, it's like this is fine, but then it gets to 6 and it's like, all right, I have no idea what's
Right.
going on, and there's no like substantial conversations going on. But I got off on a tangent twice in a row, dude. The jack of all trades thing, Term actually linked me a video that was really helpful, actually. I can just like summarize what is said mostly about it, but let me look it up so I get it right. But it's Adam Savage talking about the quote. What is the ending? I don't know. It helped a little bit, but I thought of you when I heard it actually too, because it's like jack of all trades, master of one, but what is it?
Master of none, yeah.
but better than a master of one. The second clause, yeah.
Because I think it's kind of true that if you like focus a lot on one thing, sometimes that can get like more traction, more results than being more scattered, and I'm kind of scattered at the moment. And years
Yeah.
ago, I was less scattered, and it was like good, kind of. But at the same time, like, I don't know, just having like a lot of different things. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
I understand that feeling. I haven't had like a real like philosophical or like I haven't had a conversation like this in a while because I guess I've been kind of avoiding it. Not that it's bad, it's just like it's just how it is, I guess. And also because we're on stream, I feel the need to talk even when normally I would just let the silence be there because there's no problem with it, but the chat
Oh yeah,
demands
see that's the thing. It's like,
content.
uh, I don't know. It's just weird. It's like when I stream, I feel like it's a different context than when I'm alone, and if there's people
Yeah.
listening, it's different than having total privacy. It's like, I don't know, just kind of how it is. But yeah, you were gonna say
Yeah.
the video talks about that.
Oh yeah. In the video, I'm still trying to find the end of the quote. Um, what is it? But Adam Savage is at like a doers convention, like people who make shit. And he's like, "You're all jack of trades here, right? You all find something you want to learn everything about it." And they're like, "Hell yeah, dude!" And um, he says like, "We're all jack of trades, jack of all trades, and we're not masters of anything. We don't get really, really great at anything." But the end of the quote is, or the full quote's like, "Jack of all trades, master of none, but better than a master of one." And I feel like it works a lot. I said it makes me think of you. It works a lot when, like, if you have all these skills, it's good to then, for me at least, and I think for you because we are in like we do the same kind of stuff. Uh, it's good to apply all these skills to like make your own brand and have your own thing instead of these are skills that if you're a master of any of them, you can get pretty decent freelancing work, I think. And I guess over the years I've been struggling with not being able to master anything because I'm so fickle and because I would really rather make my own like brand and do my own
Yeah.
thing, but it's not as reliable as going and doing freelance. Calling freelance reliable is a good meme,
Yeah,
but
when I did freelance stuff some years ago, it felt I was not excited about it. Like I was more excited to do my own
Yeah.
thing. So, yeah, I agree with that.
But after so long, it's like I've been trying at it for a while and I'm still nowhere in a way. And I feel like I take my previous success for granted and I don't appreciate it. And maybe that's a lot of the problem, but I don't know. Like you said, we've both been like just there are things we could be doing, but instead we're
And
not
yeah,
doing
and it's like
very much.
some of these things that I should be doing, it's like I know that if I spend a bunch of time doing it, then I don't know, it would satisfy me to do that. But for some reason, it's
Yeah.
hard for me to like keep that motivation solid. It's like
Yeah.
I drift apart and want to, I don't know, I guess it is being fickle and I don't know.
Yeah, that's definitely what it is for
Just
me.
like can't stay laser focused on it. I mean, I think it's fine though. Like,
Yeah. I don't know though. Like sometimes I'm like, is it fine? Cause I would really rather. I don't know. Maybe part of me is like, maybe if I find this one thing, maybe I'm still waiting for. Like, I don't have a. Like the motivation doesn't like stay. You know, it goes away, and I'm waiting for like maybe if I master something, I'll have the motivation. That'll give me the motivation to keep going with it. But that doesn't make any sense.
Sometimes I think sometimes if you get like a foothold on something where it creates like a positive feedback loop where it becomes kind of like successful, and then it makes you feel good, and then you do it more, and it makes you feel good, and then you get better at it, and then you do it more, and it snowballs. I think that can be good.
Yeah, and like I think that's what I want, but like I said, I'm fickle, and I don't. Once I feel like I'm afraid of like getting really really good at something, because I'll get really good and then I'll be like, I'm bored. I don't want to do this anymore. What if I amount to something?
And then are you just worried about wasting all that time, or like investing yourself into that so much just to be like wanting to ditch it then?
Yeah, I'm afraid like I'm like the same amount of good at everything that I do, at least I think by now. I feel like if I go any higher than that now, there are so many things. It's like, what if I don't want to do this in the future? What if I don't get that positive feedback loop when I do get a foothold in it? Or what if I get even better at that and then I'm like, oh, I'm bored again, and I go do something else, and it's just, I don't know. Maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe I can become like a Jack plus at all trades, and it's not a terrible thing.
That reminds me of wait, let me look this up really quick.
Okay.
Okay, there's someone I follow on Twitter, and their bio is, the only thing I ever wanted to be an expert at was learning new things. And
that's relatable.
Yeah, that kind of stuck with me. I thought it's an interesting bio, an interesting like outlook.
Yeah.
Just be an expert at learning new things. I don't know. I thought it was kind of cool.
I definitely agree with it. Maybe that's part of it too, you know? Maybe it's less like afraid of getting fickle, but it's like I just get bored and I want to move on to the next thing. But I feel like that's not sustainable.
Yeah, part of it is like having to, I guess, interface with society and make enough money to like survive and like, I don't know, just like pay for your life.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah.
It can be a compromise kind of.
Yeah.
Which can feel shitty, I think, when it doesn't satisfy you.
Yeah, like with like you said, not being satisfied doing freelance stuff, but if I can't like make a living off of being a jack of all trades, then I need to specialize, but it's not satisfying. And I'm trying to find the one thing that is satisfying, but nothing is satisfying. So it's
do you feel like
rough.
you're still kind of searching then?
Yeah. It's like, I think the highest thing, like the thing that makes me the most satisfied like consistently is like acting, but it's acting. And any creative field is a gamble.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I don't know. I'd like in this God. I'm thinking about just like jobs and money right now and like everything.
Yeah.
And like I don't know.
I really relate.
I feel like things are kind of unfortunate for a lot of people because like people are not free to like pursue what interests them sometimes.
Yeah, everything is gated by having money to
Yeah.
live.
And I truly believe that like it doesn't have to be that way.
I sure hope it doesn't have to be that way soon, but that's what scares me is that what if we get to that point after we're already dead and we can't benefit?
You mean like if that's too far away and
yeah,
this life that we
Like,
have
not
is going to be stuck in this sort of miserable like cooperation, sort of like compromising of like what you really want. Yeah.
Yeah, but what you
Yeah, I
have
don't
to
know,
do.
like, I believe that it's possible to, like, um, have, like, humanity be much more free, but I don't know if we can get there or how long it'll take to get there. I just believe that
Yeah.
it's possible to do it.
I agree. I I think I'm more worried that it happens when I'm too old to appreciate it. Like I think I'd rather be dead and have it happen than be like 70 years old and I'm like I don't give a shit about anything anymore
God,
and I'm
aging
too
is
old
sad.
to
I don't know.
Yeah. It's pretty bad.
And this is the life
I
we
mean,
get. We get this life and that's it. So I don't know. It can be kind of depressing when you like sort of
yeah.
daydream about much more free and better, a much more free and better world that is not our reality right now. Although to be fair, I'm
Yeah,
like thankful for. I'm still thankful for how far we've come as like a species and um yeah, because life was like
Yeah.
shit like 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So
But
like comparatively.
it's yeah. It's like it was bad and then like we're talking about how aging is fucking lame, but then we're too young and we haven't lived long enough to appreciate how good, in air quotes, relatively it is now. You know? Not that that makes it okay for us to like not want more. I think it's a thing old people say who are like, "Well, we've come so far. You're so advantaged and privileged now because of what we
Right.
did." And it's like, okay, dude, that doesn't mean we should just stop
Yeah, I mean, we're
trying.
always striving for more, always. It's like the perpetual desire to improve.
Yeah. Damn. I I keep thinking I keep trying to remember what I was going to talk about when I first joined. But I think it was probably just going to be like pleasantries cuz I which is probably boring, but I don't know. I always like want to chat, but then like I'm worried. I
Worried
don't know.
why?
Just like whenever you like when you meet a new not a new person, but like if you're not super close with someone, it's the process of getting close with someone that is like scary.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like I'm not super close with a lot of people actually. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it can be
And maybe
well, I don't know. I think maybe that's why I felt kind of alone or isolated a lot. Like maybe this year. Although I have like some more friends now, but I'm not like super close, but
yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I try to like
I definitely
I guess make a connection with like I guess kind of my stream or like the internet as like kind of a group instead of like individual connections, but oftentimes that's kind of like a double-edged sword and like I don't know. It's kind of different
Yeah.
than it's different than like a one-on-one like connection with someone, and I think those connections are valuable too, but I just like don't have that many of them.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think like having mutuals on Twitter who like support you and stuff. Like mutuals who are how do I put it? Like not mutuals who are just mutuals, but they're like friends, but they're not friends enough that you like DM them and voice chat with them and things. But they still like mutually support you and you support
Yeah, it's kind of
them.
like a light friendship. Not very
Yeah.
strong, but it's there.
Yeah. And I think it's important to like have friends you can goof off with, like in a voice. I think a voice chat is like, and I mean I would say like hanging out with people IRL, but I like don't have anyone to hang out with. Like my old friends are, uh, uh, hmm, not great. So voice chat's like a way to connect even closer with people, but it's kind of scary at first to like start voice chatting with someone you don't
Yeah.
know that well, even if you're like friends, air quotes.
Sometimes I feel like I'm bad at. You said goofing off. I think sometimes I'm bad at that.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like, I don't know if I'm just like too. Am I like too serious sometimes, or like sometimes I feel like I'm bad at goofing off and like enjoying it.
Maybe it's the like you said, you don't feel like there aren't a ton of people you feel like super close to. Maybe you just need like more people that you feel really close and comfortable with to be able to like enjoy it.
Yeah, I guess so.
I definitely have a hard time. I have a like casual friends that I would play League with, and I could like kind of goof off with them, but like it wasn't. I wouldn't call it like goofing off. It's just like banter or whatever. I couldn't actually like let loose air quotes and just have a good time with them. And maybe it's something like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Robin, we are talking about stuff. Because honestly, I can't remember the whole train of conversation. What I was gonna say though, maybe it's like weird to say it so plainly, but I did want to like talk to you more and get to know you better and stuff. But it's still that, like I said, that bridge you gotta cross where you get closer with someone is kind of scary because you don't know if how they feel or whatever.
Yeah, I think I should probably be around in voice more, because I've been kind of not doing that over the last year, and then just recently I kind of started it up more. But is it weird though that like?
I mean,
Okay, is it weird though that I don't really go into the voice. Well, okay, I just started doing this though, but I've only done it on stream though. Is that weird? Is that weird to like only do it on stream? Or
I mean,
like I don't know. I maybe I should just be in voice chat more often, period. And like just have people around like period, not just when I'm streaming.
right. Well, yeah, I think I don't think it's weird, but I think it would be like better. I think it would be better to have that interaction outside of stream, so you don't.
Because there's not always
I
like
think it would
this
be easy to
external like I don't know. Yeah.
Vision, yeah. And I think maybe if you have sometimes you can have bad feelings relating to certain things like the stream, and
I try to be
you only
like
talk to people.
open about my feelings about stuff. I mean, it's not always I guess it always doesn't always come out though. But I try to be unfiltered, but I think maybe I'm not sometimes. I don't know.
I know what you mean, yeah.
I guess it kind of depends.
I think, yeah. I do think it would be a good idea, though, to just chill out off stream sometimes. I mean, you could, like, ease into it in a group setting by, like, when you did the meditative stream and you were just muted listening to people.
Yeah,
could,
occasionally.
Like, just
yeah,
be in
that
the
makes sense.
Yeah. And then maybe eventually you'll be like, all right, it's time to interact.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Because, I mean, you can, like I've said, if you wanted to, we could add you to the Soap and Dab and Terminator, and I think Twee is there also. And I have my own.
Wait, is it
too,
Twee or
we
Twy?
could, like, I
thought
say
it was
Twee,
Twy.
I don't know.
I might be wrong.
I mispronounce this. I say Twee because then I can make good memes with, like, tweet. Like, I can Twee's a tweeter, and I'm a piece of shit anyway. But because I
I think I'd
mispronounced his
rather
first
just
name,
do
so I
the
just say Tweet.
group convos in the ballroom though.
Yeah, I mean, that is understandable. But like I said, you're always welcome to join me and Term and Soap doing stuff, but we always do it on some other server. Everyone says Twy. I've been fucking exposed. Danny says Twy too. I'm fucking.
I think it is Twy, but you'll have to ask him.
Yeah. I asked him how to pronounce his first name, and I thought I got it right, and then he was like, "No, you're fucking wrong."
Wait,
I was like, "Oh,
okay, if you say his first name, I'll know it, but I forgot what it is.
It's like
Oh, yeah,
Shaban or something. I'm not
Is it
pronouncing it right,
Shaban?
but you know, I don't. I thought I was
Shaban?
saying it right, so I have no idea how to
Shaban?
say it.
Shaban?
It is like
Shit.
Che,
I
something
don't know.
like
It'd be
that.
funny if Twy watches this.
I think he's streaming, but that
Oh,
would be
okay.
pretty
Is he
good.
playing
Maybe someone will
GoldenEye or
direct
Perfect
him to
Dark?
the VOD. I think he's streaming one of Todd's
Oh,
new
yeah,
Mario
I haven't
levels,
played
unless
those
he
yet,
quit.
actually.
Sorry, what did you say? Got completely confused.
I
by
have
the
not
stream.
played Todd's new levels yet.
Oh, I think I tried playing one of his and it was really difficult, so I was like, fuck this forever. Because I'm not good at the game, even though I made really, like, my first level was fucking terribly hard and, like, esoteric. I'm not any good. It took me, like, hours of grinding to beat it so I could upload it. So when I play, like, your levels and Todd's levels, I'm like... I'm just terrible.
Yeah, it's weird. I keep thinking about this, and it feels like for some reason it's really appealing for me to do voice convos on stream. I don't know why. I think it's because it's like they get archived. I don't know.
Oh, I know
I
what
kind
you
of
mean.
care about that. I don't know.
I know what you mean. Whenever I had a really fucking funny conversation with Term and Soap and Dav and another friend a few days ago. And I would always like record games in the background just in case like stuff was happening. But if you're not playing,
Yeah,
a
you're
game,
not going to be just randomly recording.
yeah. I want to document life in a way, but I can't do that if I don't have like a reason to justify it or whatever. I mean, maybe I could just do it anyway. But since you can do this on stream, it's like, there you go. There's the good content.
Well, maybe not even necessarily. Well, I guess it's content in a way. It's just, well, I don't know. I don't know.
No, I don't mean like real content. That's just kind of a meme phrase I say a lot.
Yeah.
When did I turn my Wii U on? Alright, well, that...
Oh, you do that, Lambrum. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm a little obsessed with this concept because... Well, okay, I don't know how many people in here saw it, but I have like this photo album of 2012 to 2016, and it's just it's 800 pictures of my life, and it's just cool to like have that. Like, I could have gone through all that, taken no pictures, and it would have only been a memory that I have. But because I took the pictures, it's like it exists, and that's like meaningful to me. So I don't know, I take this concept kind of far and like get a little obsessed about this kind of stuff.
I don't blame you at all. I have pretty bad memory. So
yeah, when I had that conversation about Christianity yesterday, and I had to like remember what the old Catholic school system was like. Like my memory is pretty damn hazy about that stuff. Even though, you know, it was years of my life. It was just like so long ago. It's all hazy now.
Yeah. It's bizarre that we can forget things that were so significant to us in the past.
Yeah, it just fades away kind of.
Yeah, and I'm terrified of that. I'm terrified of losing like my best memories or whatever. But it's happening, and unless I document it, it'll happen.
I think it'll become easier and less effort to kind of preserve those things over time because I guess because of information technology and like cameras and sensors and microphones and I don't know, just like servers and data and shit.
And yeah, because before, I mean, this is another thing that we're like, old people would be like, you're so privileged to have all these tools to do this, and you're still complaining, and
Always strive for better
I
though.
don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah. I kind of like the silence, being able to reflect on what we did.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm
I
kind of the
figure.
queen of awkward
Yeah.
silence though, so
Well, I don't think it's awkward.
yeah, it's
I was worrying chat might think it was, but
yeah. Well, chat I think chat kind of
chat doesn't.
likes it when it gets awkward. They look forward to it.
Yeah. We gotta be really awkward and get that sweet
The
content out
super
there for
cringe
chat.
compilation.
Fuck what the chat thinks. But Danny, you said that in the chat, so why should I even listen to this? I'm gonna keep considering what the chat thinks just to spite you.
One cool thing too is like with these conversations, sometimes it's like I'm not even looking at the chat at all. It's just
Oh yeah.
like it's being
haven't been.
broadcast out, but like how the outside interprets it doesn't really affect the conversation so much. Well, I mean, I guess we talked earlier how like yeah, I can. Like, yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't have to. Which is nice. Nice with a big question mark behind it. Nah, it's pretty good. Oh shit, did I do that thing? I didn't.
Sometimes I peek at it though. Just pop in and take a gander.
Just take a little glance over. Sorry if my keyboard is the loudest thing on earth.
No problem.
Okay, cool. I'm Polly. No, I'm Polly. Fuck you. This is a fucking ancient meme that shouldn't have been repeated.
Ancient meme.
Just my old screen name was Polly. Before I realized I was a girl. I went by Polly, and before that Polygraph.
My original was Kirby SSB.
Yeah. I think that's oh man, you don't want to know what my original screen name was. Let's not get into that. Danny, fucking Shrek, alright? You want to know about Shrek? This isn't the book. I've knocked over everything. Rachel got me the original Shrek storybook for my birthday. And that's pretty good.
The Shrek storybooks.
That's about Yeah, the original. Well, it's like the anniversary edition. But the original Shrek story that they adapted into the movie.
Somebody once told me.
No, no, please no, no more Shrek. God, we tried to rewatch it a few weeks ago, and it was like, it was horrible. It
The
was
movie?
terrible. Yeah, it was actually.
I haven't
so
seen
bad.
it in forever, so.
When I was a kid, I loved it, and maybe I should have never watched it again. Maybe I wouldn't have soiled my memories of it. But you know, it's all right. Shit, what else did I knock down?
I watched some bootleg version of The Jungle Book, like the 1960 something version of it, kind of recently on YouTube. It was like, like it's the wrong speed, and like it wasn't like in the full frame, and there was all this like crap around the sides. But I kind of got to rewatch
Nice.
it, and it was I don't know, it wasn't too bad though.
I've never seen it at all, actually.
Yeah, my parents said it when I was young.
When I was younger, I kind of just watched the same movies over and over again. I've seen the SpongeBob SquarePants movie and Shrek and fucking Wizard of Oz like a billion times.
I watched
that just aged me.
I watched wait, what's it called? Oh no. Independence Day. I watched that like 100 times.
I think I that was one of the things I had. I think that was the fucking
Yeah.
Aliens, right? Yeah, that was
With
one
Will Smith.
I didn't like that much, so I didn't watch it that much. But I watched it.
I also I really liked it. I also watched The Matrix a lot.
Yeah. I think we had that too. It was like, the thing is, when we were younger, me and my brother always, whenever it was time to go to sleep, we would just pick a movie and put it on. And he always liked like action, real life stuff, and I always like animated things, which is still pretty true.
I think I liked animated things when I was really young, and then like both later. When I was really young
Yeah,
though, like
I like both now.
I didn't
but-
like anything that wasn't cartoons when I was really young.
That's relatable.
I remember I liked Tiny Toons a lot.
Oh my god. That's I think that's before my time. I'm fucking
I'm
small
old.
baby. I think I did catch was it this? It might have been this. It might have actually been Tiny Toons, but I think it was just some like reboot of it actually. Yeah, probably, because this was 92. 91.
I'm kind of remembering the theme song to Tiny Toons now.
I can't like definitely I think the movie I watched the most when I was younger was the fucking SpongeBob one, but I still have watched that recently, so I can't like, it's not like, oh, it's out there in the distance. It's like, no, I remember this in full. I can quote all of it.
Yeah, I never really got into SpongeBob. I know
Oh, man,
that was a big one though.
SpongeBob is still good. You gotta watch the old seasons and get baked and eat a bunch of food. That's the the classic SpongeBob experience.
I've been trying to avoid getting high because
Yeah.
I don't know, it messes me up.
Yeah, I definitely understand. I've taken a break the past like 4 days because I was not in a good place smoking it so much.
It's weird because, well, I don't know. Like, sometimes it feels kind of useful and interesting and, like, totally worth it. But then as I did
Yeah.
it more, I don't know if it was just like the situation of feeling like really isolated and alone, and then also like kind of obsessively reading all the hate about me like every day.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I don't know. It just felt bad.
I definitely understand. I think it can be really good and helpful and productive, even productive on marijuana. Good meme. But uh I think definitely if you do it like so much every day that it's like even if the substance itself isn't addictive, I have like an addictive personality, and if you let these things like control you, then yeah, it's no longer going to be a good, healthy, worthwhile thing. I think it's going to take like long breaks from it. They did knock more shit down.
I would just get high and like think really hard.
Yeah. Which is bad if you if that is like your only frame of mind because of how much you do it, you know?
Yeah, it was like constant. It was like wake up, get high. It's the middle of the
Yeah.
day, go get high. And then it's nighttime, time to go get high. And then go to sleep.
That is
And that was like
before
days,
SGDQ.
you know, like over a
Yeah.
month straight of that.
Yeah. I had that period also before SGDQ.
Was that a fun event for you?
Oh, it was great. The less so the event itself, because it's like whatever, dude. I mean, I love speedrunning still, but you know, but the fun thing was just meeting
Yeah,
new
I think that's
friends.
what
'Cause
most
I got to
people
meet Rachel, and so
like
yeah,
about it is just like hanging out with friends.
yeah, it's very good. It was a lot of fun. There was some, you know, some bad things that happened, but it's okay. It's mostly good memories.
I haven't gone to any event like that since Smash the Record 2015 October.
Yeah, I
So it's
remember.
like over a year.
And I think hmm, I think people have probably asked. I think I saw people ask like, "Why don't you go to GDQ anymore?" or whatever. And it's
There's a
like,
bunch of reasons I kind of
if
don't want to.
yeah, if the main appeal is for most people, if the main appeal is meeting friends, just do it somewhere else, and then it's you don't have to go to some other thing for it, especially if that thing makes you uncomfortable.
It seems like people they sort of like find like it doesn't have to be GDQ, but people I think a lot of people like try to find events where them and their friends kind of get together and they kind of make it like a ritual. Yeah, like for some people maybe it's PAX or something or like MagFest or whatever.
Yeah. And it's easy when well, like things like PAX and stuff, it's like those are like generalist stuff, and it would be pretty easy to make those the ritual site gathering, you know. But when we're all like invested in speedrunning, it's
Yeah,
like,
that makes more
well,
sense then.
GDQ. Yeah. But it doesn't really matter. I think it would be cool to go to some other thing. I think it would be cool to make the ritual like doing a different convention each year.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know what I would want to go to really. I heard Gamer X is really good, but I don't really know too much about it. I've just heard it's good.
I have
Oh.
never heard of it. What is
Gamer
it called?
X, GAY.
Gamer X. GAY. Shit. Gamer X.
I think that's what it's called.
This seems good.
Okay.
Yeah. I found it. This seems good.
I heard some high praises of
do
it
like-
this year, so I don't know.
Ah, it's on the East Coast though. That's my problem with really cool events. It's like they're so far away, especially if it's in New York. I guess I have the. It's convenient for me more so because I live right in the middle of everything, of the country.
Wait, I forgot where you're from
But it's still,
exactly.
like, oh, Illinois.
Oh,
Not Chicago, but
okay.
Illinois.
Good old Chicago.
Good old Chicago.
I want to play Breath of the Wild really bad.
I feel that. I want to play Dishonored 2 really bad, but that's out, so I have no excuse.
Do you have it?
Besides
Oh.
money. No. It's unfortunate. It's like the game I've been looking forward to the most for like the past since Dishonored came out, and I can't.
I don't really
buy it.
know anything about it.
It's just like well, Dishonored 1 was like a really good stealth game, and I love stealth games.
I wasn't sure if it was like a
That's all there
shooter or
is to it, really.
something.
Oh, nah, well, I mean, you can shoot dudes if you want, but it's mostly like, it's meant to be a stealth game, but with any good stealth game, you can play it not stealth. It's just one of those games. I feel like they should get a different name. I don't know.
A different name.
But anyways, I don't know, because like stealth games nowadays are always like, you don't have to play it stealth, and it's like, that's the point. But maybe a different genre. I don't know what to call it, but they all kind of fall into the same sort of thing. I don't know what I'm saying. Video games.
Yeah. Sometimes genres like blend together and like it's not so like clear.
Yeah, genre is kind of it's convenient to a point, and then it's like, what are we talking about
Yeah.
anymore? Oh, I fucking love Dishonored. Someone in chat is appreciating Dishonored, and I feel it. I feel it in my soul. What's the release date for Breath of the Wild?
Well, okay. The Switch is coming out in March, and we kind of thought it was going to be a launch game, but there are rumors from credible sources, I believe, that there's more delays. So I expect like July 2017. So that's like far
And
away.
the Switch launches
Yeah.
in March?
They're gonna release more
Yeah,
information January 12th. So maybe we're gonna find out then. But at the very least, we're gonna find out more Switch
So-
information.
Which is always good. But at least by then it's like, it comes out in 2 months, so whatever.
Yeah.
But that's still a long time when you're waiting for something.
I feel like I don't know. I'm just really excited for the game. Sometimes I put on footage and I'm like, I just want to
Hell
like
yeah.
wander about and just like sink myself into it. I don't know.
I definitely understand that. Oddly enough, I've never really liked the Legend of Zelda games that much. Like, Twilight Princess was one of my favorites, but that's like not saying very much. But Breath of the Wild has just the format of it, as opposed to being linear, which isn't a bad thing, is more interesting. I don't know. I'm very excited about it, despite never really being super.
Yeah,
into
most of
Zelda.
the Zelda as a series, I think it kind of got progressively more like less open, more like
Formulaic, maybe?
like linear.
Yeah.
And with Breath of the Wild, it's supposedly much less linear, but to what extent we don't exactly know, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh man. Thinking about it though, it's like I gotta get a Switch, or else I'm gonna be playing the inferior version.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Dude.
I expect it to be playable on Wii U. Just, I think it'll be
Yeah.
frame rate thing.
Yeah. And I've never been like a snob about frame rate, but if it's something I wanted to record in any capacity, I'd feel pretty bad about it.
I don't know. You could just say it's the Wii version, and people would probably forgive you.
Yeah, it's the Wii version. Deal with
Yeah,
it, suck a
yeah.
dick, and then
You don't
put
like
my-
if you don't
put
want to
the
like dump all that
content out.
money, you don't have to do that. Hey,
Yeah.
Buggets Frog, thanks for sponsoring me.
Oh hell yeah!
Haven't seen a new sponsor in a while.
Up top. I think the last one was Neko, right? And that was a resub or a responsor.
What?
I think the last one was Neko, right? And it was a responsor.
Oh, do those show up in the chat?
The responsors? Well, I
It
think
expired
Neko,
and then. Okay.
Yeah, it expired and then they did. They didn't. Yeah. What is the Subaroni command? I wish I remembered what it was. The full text.
Oh yeah, I don't think it works anymore because like I was messing with Nightbot or
Yeah, I mean-
something. Or actually, I don't think any of the Twitch Nightbot commands work on my YouTube account. I think it's like separate.
Nah, but I always spam them in hopes that some miracle will happen and we'll get some sweet memes.
I was worried that my apartment was gonna be too cold because I think one of the windows like doesn't fully shut and it's getting colder out. But actually, it's
Ugh.
actually toasty in here now, so maybe
Ugh.
I'm fine.
Hell yeah. I also have like really random temperature in my room. I feel this feel.
I'm kind of glad I'm streaming again because I took a long break. I've just been uploading old clips and, well, I've been spending time programming and lately I've been slacking on that though.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. It's I don't know how to say like I'm also glad you're streaming without it being like, why haven't you been streaming, Narcy? I demand content. But I don't know. I think it's beneficial for you. So it's good to see it. Maybe that also doesn't come off entirely how I want it to. But a Narcy stream is a pretty good stream.
Sometimes. I think it's good sometimes. There would definitely be more game playing if like my wrists.
Yeah. Well, it just can't be helped,
Yeah.
you know.
Tomorrow I see my doctor again, so
That is.
I could be like,
good.
hey, could I get like a closer examination of my wrists? I don't know if I should mention that.
Please do. I really think it would be really good to get some progress on that, even if it's just for like the peace of
Yeah.
mind. That's the phrase.
And I'm also gonna maybe see about progesterone, but I don't know if I want to actually.
Are you on
Yeah.
Spiro? Yeah. Have you tried finasteride?
No, but I kind of want to.
It is pretty good, I think. I'm on just estradiol and finasteride, and it's pretty good.
Oh really? No Spiro?
Just because the first time I got my blood tests done, the fucking potassium came back like 0.5 over what was like the
Oh.
limit, and I've been in there like 4 times, and I've been stabbed like 16 times, and they haven't been able to get blood from me again.
Oh my God.
So, yeah. So I've just been on finasteride and estradiol, but I don't know, the not symptoms, that makes it sound bad. The desired effects have been like, a lot of them have come on quicker than I thought they would. So I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
how long has it
bad.
been? A month?
Oh yeah, it'll be a month and 2 days.
Is the finasteride, is that how you say it? Finasteride?
Yeah, finasteride.
Is that part of like your prescription that, like, if I talk to my doctor about that, do you think it would be like, oh, here you go?
It is. I think it should be. It's something that is like recommended as though I don't know how it would go with progesterone, but I do think it is something you can ask for, and they should
All right,
consider.
I'll mention it. Tomorrow I'm gonna get my blood test taken again.
Hell yeah.
Mm. Conversation has been, yeah, about an hour.
Damn. Portable Alex Jones water filter. Lou, shut up. Alex Jones, it's not a good meme. Not a very good meme at all. Ugh. I despise this man. Okay, anyway. I wonder when we'll reach the climax of his story arc, and we'll realize that he's a good person all along.
I look forward to that.
Yeah, you know, he deep down, I think he'll be a good character, but right now he's definitely a villain type.
Sometimes I see myself as a villain type, but
Hell yeah, dude. Same.
I don't want to be, maybe, but sometimes I feel like that.
Sometimes maybe you want to.
I guess so. Sometimes I'm like
I do,
confrontational,
at least.
kind of. Sometimes.
Yeah, I definitely relate. He's just a humble water filter salesman. Jesus.
Well, because it's been an hour, I think, if you want to, like, switch out to another person.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It was really nice talking. I hope we can, talk a bit more. I'll, probably, if you don't mind, I'll, like, DM you later, and we can
Okay.
chat if you are
Yeah,
up for
just
it.
DM me.
I hope, your next conversation goes well.
Thanks.
Okay,
Alright, later.
Bye.
Lou, you sniped it again. Hello? What are you doing? We need new people to come in. Hey, we got someone. Hello? I can't hear anything.
working now?
It sounds kind of bad.
Is
Yeah.
that better? Okay. I just kind of wanted to see if I could be fast and get in.
Yeah, you made it in.
Good. Hi, everyone. This is a really interesting concept. I'm glad you're doing these streams.
Yeah, okay, so something I noticed with it is that if I'm just solo, then there is a lot of conversations that just don't happen. Like, but when there's someone else, it like, you know, it's a very different experience. And I think it's an interesting experience.
That's definitely
I think you
true.
also have echo sometimes. Not always.
Echo.
Yeah, like I can hear because you don't have headphones on.
Okay, I'll put some on. I'm using push to talk, so it shouldn't be that bad most of the time. Okay, is that better?
Yeah, I think so. Headphones usually solve everything.
Sounds good. So what do you want to talk about? Do you have any goal with these streams, or is it just conversation for the sake of conversation?
Well, I don't mind. I don't mind if the conversations are friendly. I don't mind if they're like oppositional. So, either way, like I don't really have a specific goal.
I see. Then why are you doing it?
Because it's something to do.
I see. I don't mean to interrogate you or anything. It's just interesting to me.
I think I just think it's kind of interesting format of like having a stream.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting too, since the relationship with the streamer is mostly one-sided. Like we watch you, or we
Yeah, this kind of puts it
digest
on
the
like an
content.
even, well, a more even. It's still my stream, but it's like my stream, my Discord, but still, it's still it puts it on a more personal level, kind of, or like a more even level or something.
It's also kind of interesting in the way that conversations one-on-one rarely have an audience. So now we have this whole chat that's somewhat commenting on
Yeah,
what we're
that can
saying.
guide the conversation sometimes. Like, either way, like I could look at it and kind of let that guide the conversation, or it could just be like, well, it kind of depends too if we're talking like closely about something, or if we're just kind of like goofing off a little bit. Or what am I trying to say? I don't know. Sometimes it feels more pertinent to avoid the chat because I'm trying to focus on the conversation, and other times it feels like there's maybe time to like incorporate reading the chat.
I see. They're mostly talking about Danny roasting somebody right now, I think. And I second Luna's comment.
Lou wants another shot in the chat, I see. It felt unfair. It felt unfair because I only had a conversation with 2 people, and then Lou jumped back in. So it felt like I wanted to give other people a chance to come in.
That's very admirable.
I don't mind having multiple conversations with the same person, though. It's just, it felt like maybe I should have more variety for this stream. I don't know.
This has been very meta so far.
What, this conversation? Yeah, I think a lot of the time I'm kind of meta about shit.
which is okay, I guess, if you're trying to improve the format. But this format works pretty well, so.
Sometimes I'm very quiet because I don't have anything to say.
I agree. I was reading an interview or something with Enya the other day, and one of the things the interviewer commented on was she didn't feel the need to fill silences, which I thought was an interesting character trait, which I also think is something people should strive for, because silence in itself is like both a state and an opportunity, and it doesn't need to be disturbed.
I think, well, yeah, that's true, but I also think, having interaction, like having something happening, it can be interesting and valuable, and I mean, yeah, obviously, but yeah. I mean, part of the reason that I have the conversations is because, this one-on-one interaction that causes like a sort of back and forth, the dialogue is sort of like trying to like interface with each other. But yeah, sometimes I'm just shy and I just like, nothing comes to mind to say, so.
I feel the same way. Like, I'm not very good at conversation. That's kind of why I joined, as practice in a way.
I notice that when I have conversations, sometimes when I listen or when I'm talking, I'm like absentmindedly like playing with shit on my desk.
Yeah, I'm playing with a
I
hairband.
don't know
right
why
now.
I do that. Just kind of like a subconscious sort of thing. And it's a little bit, I think it's a little bit like almost OCD or something, because I'm like lining things up kind of I'm like careful. It's like, I don't know. Some people might.
I think lots of people do that when they're talking on the phone too. I know my dad does that. He like scribbles and sketches things on paper
Yeah.
when he's talking on the phone. I often walk around, but I can't really do that in this situation, so.
So how did you find out about me?
About you, I think I found out because of an article about you quitting Twitch.
Oh,
And
really?
somebody
That's where
I
you
followed
first.
retweeted it. Yeah, the first time. And I was interested, so I watched your stream after that.
It feels like there's whole eras of like. There's like whole eras of my life, and like. You've kind of come in at kind of like a recent era, like this year. And it's interesting to think about that, because like some people were around like in 2011 or 2009 and shit. And yeah, I don't know.
It's interesting because I think I was one of the people who didn't understand when people would ask you to speedrun, because I never watched you when you did.
Yeah, it's like the concept of that, where it's like the people who know about me like from recent times. Oh no, wait, my mind got sidetracked because I was thinking about how I didn't have anything to talk about, so I decided to talk about me. And that's kind of funny.
That's fine, I do that too.
But I forgot what I was gonna say, actually.
Talk about yourself more then.
About myself. Well, I was kind of going on the track of like, I was just talking about, well, it was kind of more about like people who, well, I guess it's kind of about people's perception of me, kind of, where it's like, you came in this year, so you have kind of a different perception than someone who was watching from a long time ago. And I'm not saying that's better or worse or anything. I'm just saying it's like a different sort of perspective on like kind of like the way you see me. And I don't know, I think about how like people kind of have their own version of everyone in their head, kind of. Like,
that's definitely
like,
true.
if I think about like my dad, for example, like like there's like my own experience of talking to him, which is different than someone else's experience with him. And same with me, like your experience of me is different to someone else's experience of me. And I noticed like this year a lot of people online are spreading a lot of bullshit about me, and a lot of people are running around with like a certain like outlook on me that like it's almost like I want to disassociate that with me, because like like I'm not defined by other people's perception of me, although in a way I kind of am. I don't know, it's weird to think about this stuff, but yeah.
It's interesting that you say that I'm not defined by other people's perception of me, when for the most part people think that others' perceptions of them is very important.
Well, I tend to care for some reason.
I think everybody does.
Like, I really do, but yeah, there's like a effort to disassociate that, because like letting other people define you is like sacrificing your autonomy.
But then how do we not let other people define us?
I think that has to do with being free and having being like separate from other people's perceptions. And then the weird thing is, though, I feel like I subject myself to other people's perception of me a lot. So despite what I'm saying, I feel like in a way I'm still like soaking that in. And in a way then it becomes part of me, kind of, because I let it affect me. But then I would like respond to it and try to like destroy what people say.
Do you mean by like reading comments and what's posted about you on other sites?
And then sometimes responding, not directly maybe, but in a way responding. It can be kind of esoteric. It's just kind of my way of coping with it.
It's interesting because... Go on.
I didn't really have anything else to say, I guess.
Okay, I was just going to like make a comparison, because a lot of celebrities say like don't pay any attention to the tabloids or whatever, but I don't know if that really applies in your situation, since you're not a celebrity, I guess. I mean, you're verified on Twitter, but
I guess it just amounts to like, if a lot of people are kind of talking behind your back, or like kind of publishing this like, or generating this like sort of false narrative, then yeah, don't read the false narrative, I guess, or don't pay attention to it. The thing is, I do though. And so, I don't know. A lot of people tell me that's really bad to do, but like I find myself doing that. And it feels bad. It feels harmful.
Iambrium just made an interesting comment in the chat. They said, I think Narcy is trying to connect, but none of these people are satisfying her needs. and that just makes me want to know, what are your needs with these conversations?
I don't know if I can. I don't know how to say that because I don't really know.
What gave you the idea to do these auditions?
Well, okay. Someone in Dungeon, in the Discord, linked to this like debate, and it was like a YouTube video, and I found it quite entertaining. And it's not so much that I want to argue with people, but just having like two people interacting through like voice communication, and not like a group, but just like one-on-one conversation, so I can get more personal. It just felt kind of appealing to me in like a couple different ways. I think it's kind of interesting, and I think it's also like, well, over the last year I've been a little bit self-conscious about like the way I sound, and so this is like a way to talk as well. That's just like that's not the main purpose or anything, but that's just like another reason why it appeals to me. So
How have you been feeling recently? The most I get of your emotions is what you post on Twitter.
yeah, I had a messed up dream last night, but I'm feeling pretty good today. And I was actually kind of eager to get back into these conversations today. I was like excited to stream, so that's kind of cool. Even though it's not making any progress on my programming project, but it's still something to do that like I feel better about than just like absorbing everything.
Yeah, I was excited to be part of this stream after seeing your stream yesterday. I thought that the religion conversation was kind of
did you want to talk about religion?
No, my views aren't that special or interesting.
Yeah, it was kind of a fun conversation.
I don't believe like a part of the earth is going to break off and ascend into the heavens.
I don't believe that either.
So, I mean, I wish I could.
Well, okay, I believe that it's possible for humanity to transcend our current problems in life, and I hope that it happens.
Like transhumanism?
That is definitely one way to look at it, and I think that I'm quite interested in that subject. I'm sort of like, I think about it, and I think there's a lot to it, and I feel like it's not just bullshit. So I don't know how that would play out, but I think we're kind of moving in that direction, so I'm just kind of interested to see how that unfolds, and I try to keep my eye out and pay a lot of attention to it. But also, I think it can get a little depressing because of not really knowing what to do, and maybe having my head too in the clouds and not grounded enough and not able to I don't know, it's hard to get a clear picture. It's still hazy.
I don't think any of us have a clear picture. That's why religion even exists, because we want a clear picture, so we either make up or, I guess, theorize about what could be.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, Lou says I respond to people before they finish speaking. I noticed that there's like a delay issue where like my microphone comes out, or the I think the desktop audio is delayed slightly from when I actually hear it, so it's like I respond super fast, but there's actually a little bit more delay. So I'm not like I'm not like that fast at responding. It's just there's a little bit of delay with the stream, so it seems a little bit off.
I see.
And I don't know how to fix that.
It hasn't annoyed me or anything,
Yeah.
so. Are you excited for the year to end?
Yeah, because, well, I mean, it doesn't really mean anything when the year changes, but 2016 has been the worst year of my life, so I'm hoping 2017 is like healing and self-care and peacefulness and growth and prosperity.
That sounds like a good goal. I have a quick question for you. How often do you take pictures of yourself?
Not every day, but maybe like 3 times a week or 2 times a week.
Why that often?
It's satisfying to do so because I get some validation, and I am also, this kind of plays back into the archival thing. So it's just like a win-win.
Are you still archiving for the purpose of having you extend beyond your current life?
I mean, that's what it'll eventually be. Well, it's not even, well, it's that too, but like, for example, that album that I posted, like, those could have all just been memories in my mind that like fade away. But because I captured them, they're like more rigidly here. It's like there's more to them than just being memories. And so that's important to me. But yeah, after I'm gone, it's like all this stuff could definitely still exist. And that appeals to me because it's a way of transcending death.
Well, I guess to you it is, but to me it doesn't really make any sense as a way to transcend
Why?
death. Because it's like a facsimile, it's not really you.
What is really you, though?
Your current consciousness, I guess.
I think this is kind of a deep conversation. I mean, there's a difference between, I mean, your brain working and a photograph, obviously, but I think there's like a whole gradation of like what is you. It's not just like a clear-cut sort of this is you and this is not you. And so keeping these moments alive is one way of like, even though it may be definitely more shallow than like my brain's neurons firing and shit. It's still something that I can do, and I think over time I'll be able to do more. So, and the streams are better than the photographs because, well, kind of. Yeah, well, I would say they are because
They show your thought process.
yeah, it's like a richer set of data. So it's like it's a less shallow piece of me. And you can make the same argument that this is not me. This is just like like a captured video, but again, it's like there are different gradations of it and it's not really like clear cut, so
Do you think other people should follow your example and start recording themselves and streaming like you?
only if they want to. There are many different ways to, like, if you're trying to find meaning in life, I guess, or a way of like transcending death in a way, there's plenty of ways to do that. You could have a child and raise the child, and then you die but the child still exists. You could like write software that is used. You could build a house, you could sculpt, you could record music, you could play sports, and you could have conversations or anything. So it's not really like recording video and photographs, but it's a way for me to kind of express myself and keep myself around, kind of. And I expect this to kind of evolve and change over time.
I never really noticed the connection between what you do and raising a child, but now that you mention it, do you think what you're doing might be an extension of, I guess, the instinct to carry on? I don't know, like the biological instinct is to reproduce and have your genes carry on, because that's just how evolution got us here.
Yeah, I mean, like you can have a child and carry on your genes, and well, I guess you're asking if it's like the same sort of like imperative. I guess it's kind of the human imperative to survive, whether that be carrying that on through offspring or like inventing the airplane or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Is your favorite color
No.
blue? Purple?
Lavender.
Okay. I notice you wear blue most of the time, so.
Well, this is actually kind of lavendery purple. It's just I have a blue light, so it makes it look really blue.
Oh, yeah. You could like sing that I'm Blue song if you wanted to.
I'll pass on that.
Okay. Or you could sing Smash Mouth again.
So, what drives you in this life?
Good question. I'm not a very motivated person. I don't know. I think I really want to be seen. I think that's a big drive in my life. Because I really don't. I don't know. I don't like interact with people that much. I'm pretty isolated. So I think I have a huge desire to, I guess, be noticed and be appreciated, though I don't do much to be noticed or appreciated.
So, do you think you're working towards that in some way?
Yes, I do, but it's like it doesn't feel good to me. Like I could be doing different things that would get me to that goal faster, I think.
Why don't you do that then?
Good question. Because I'm not motivated again. Yeah, I'm generally a pretty lazy person, which I hate about myself, but it's very difficult to overcome. I think it's because I'm depressed.
Oh, do you know why?
Why
Yeah.
I'm depressed? I don't know. I am going to see a therapist soon, so maybe I'll get on antidepressant medication, and that might help.
Sometimes I think depression is rational and it's not something that can be fixed with medication, but it's probably not always true.
What motivates you?
I think it's the instinct to thrive and survive.
Very primal.
I think in a way it is kind of primal.
I appreciate that. I think humans often have trouble, I guess, admitting that we are animals, and then we just kind of like view ourselves in this twisted sense.
I think I also have like desire within me to like, which again feels kind of primal maybe, but it's like I have desire for like physical intimacy, if only like closeness and touching, and I think it's partially because of oxytocin, which is a very good feeling, and I think I crave that, and I think that that's something that's just like a part of me, despite it not really like, well, I don't know what the I don't know what the purpose is of it, but I guess it just makes me feel better, less isolated.
Yeah, I think I desire companionship. I've never been the type who likes being touched. Like I always have been like ticklish, and I recoil when people touch me and stuff like that. So I don't know, but I guess that extends from my desire to be seen is my desire to be with somebody.
Do you know why you desire to be seen?
Maybe because I wasn't appreciated enough as a child. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist.
Do you mean do you have any idea of like the context where you'd be seen that would satisfy you?
Well, that's the thing. I doubt it would satisfy me if I was seen.
But that's what you crave?
But I mean,
You
what? Could
crave
you
that,
repeat
but
that?
you don't think it would satisfy you?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think you know what would
I mean,
satisfy you?
I don't know. Success, in a way, probably. But success is subjective. I don't know. Maybe just I'd be satisfied with other people that I could converse with without being self-conscious and being open and like jovial and laughing. But that's very difficult for me when I'm not around people like my mother.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like well, not all. I don't know. No, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I don't know.
How do you feel about people constantly mentioning your past in your chat and in your comments and things?
Well, I'm proud of my past, but also people have a hard time letting go of the past. And in a way, I don't want to let go of the past so much as just like thrive in the present and in the future. But yeah, sometimes people draw comparisons, which sometimes I feel like it's like a certain way of looking at things, and I don't see it that way, but just because it's kind of spread a bit as a meme, it's kind of frustrating.
Do you still go to Chipotle often?
I go pretty often. It's a very good place.
I actually went there last week and I thought of you because I remember one time you told that story about how you were recognized.
Yeah. I have the Chipotle hat.
I want to see it.
Oh, I can get it. Hello. I brought
Hi.
the hat with me.
I'll see it in a few
Yeah.
moments then. I anxiously wait. How'd you get the hat though? Did you just like redeem a bunch of
Yeah,
points or
well, I
whatever?
went there like a whole bunch during the summer thing, Chiptopia. Yeah.
Nice. I like
If I
it.
would have went a little bit more, I would have got catering for like a whole bunch of people. That's like the reward. But the thing is, like, I don't have like groups of people to like use that reward for, so I slacked a little bit and got the hat instead, which I'm fine with.
You look like, I don't know, like a hacker when you wear that hat.
A hacker. Make America
Yeah, that's
tasty
just what I
again.
thought. I can't see your eyes anymore, so you're just like, I just see the brim of
Yeah.
your hat and it makes you look kind of ominous. Did you just tip your hat?
Oh, I was trying to take it off, kind of.
Okay. I thought you were going to do like a fedora tip type thing.
I think I want to switch to new conversation.
Okay.
Thanks for talking.
See ya. Bye.
Hello.
Hey, hello. It's
How you
Robin
doing?
with the muscular disability. Hello. I'm at my parents' house for Christmas. My internet may be slightly spotty.
You what?
Don't know if I'm. I said I'm at my parents' house for Christmas now. It's 1 a.m. So my internet's a bit spotty. They live out in the
Okay.
middle of nowhere. It's pretty grim. I told you about my family situation, I think. My voice is fucked because of my muscular disability. Before you ask. Is that people often ask, is you transgender? Why have you got a voice like that? But yeah, what's going on then? Is this auditions in a literal sense or something, or because I can't make the YouTube stream load at the same time. The internet's
Okay,
so
well,
bad, so I haven't been able to hear what other people have been talking about except in the Discord.
yeah, well, these are just kind of one-on-one conversations, and
Oh, cool
yeah,
stuff.
and I guess they're called auditions
Cool
because
stuff.
I had originally called it the audition room, and also it's just kind of like seeing if we can have interesting back and forth or something.
So it showed you that Black Mirror
Yeah, I
episode.
loved
if you
that. I
remember.
loved it. Totally loved it.
I see. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah.
I was wondering
No,
about.
it's good. There's a bit of a lag because of my internet.
Yeah, I was wondering about other episodes.
Yeah, no, there's on Netflix, the third season of the show. It started off in Britain, so the first two seasons only have 3 episodes each. So there's not much to catch up on. But yes, it's a sort of a Twilight Zone start tatsu, so each episode is a completely different self-contained story and a different continuity. So you don't have to worry about where you start or what order to watch them in or anything. You can completely pick and
Yeah,
choose.
the one that you sent me was like 10 out of 10.
Feelsy. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely the best episode by far. It's amazing that Charlie Brooker wrote it. I mean, he's kind of I don't know if you know who he is.
No, I don't.
But in Britain, he's a popular political satirist in Britain. He goes on like shows and stuff. But no, I normally find him kind of smarmy and edgy, but that one episode has so much heart in it, and it's such a great LGBT story. And even he said in interviews about the show, he says he doesn't know it was one of those things where he just creatively splurged and it came out of him.
That's awesome.
Because it's such a amazing. I know it's amazing to see like just some random dude like that be able to write such a great, probably the best bit of LGBT fiction of the year, I think.
So yeah, that episode kind of really got me curious about. I don't have Netflix available, I think. So actually, I think I could use maybe I could use my parents' account or
it'll
something.
It'll be all over the internet. Yeah, I mean it's all over the internet. It's a popular show in the UK, so you know.
Yeah, I didn't want to go crazy with piracy.
Yeah, the bit
or
where
anything,
they're talking about. Yeah, true. But the bit where they talk about how she got paralyzed and stuff, that was fucking like, ouch. That hit me.
Oh, I want to watch it again. Actually.
Because like, I like had so many like when I was coming out ever and like growing up too and stuff too. There was so much stuff like that could have happened. So I found it really like scary. Thinking about like missed opportunities and stuff. Fucking, ugh, yikes. So yeah, that was kind of grim.
The kind of conclusion of it with
it's good.
Like the data centers and everything.
Yeah.
Like, I could kind of see something like that happening, kind of, in time.
Yeah. I mean, the technology is speculative, but there's no doubt that should such technology become available, that that usage would become reality. Certainly, I still think there's fundamental questions about consciousness capture in digital format, about how that would work in terms of, those old teleportation dilemmas, those old philosophical questions they give to you in like kids' philosophy books, and they say, you know, you're in a teleporter, your particles get
Yeah.
completely turned into like a stream, and then at the end of it, are you the same person or a copy with all the memories and the original died? That sort of thing about whether consciousness carries
I almost
over
feel
in
like
that way.
I almost feel like it's a meaningless question because you could argue it either way depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Because the science isn't an exact yet, because we don't fully understand it. I'm curious about how that sort of aspect of things is going to play out. Because having a copy is one thing, sustaining the original consciousness is another.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I know something I've always wondered about is somebody goes into a coma or whatever, or they're brain dead. Say somebody's like clinically dead on the table for like a few minutes or whatever during an operation. When they restart you back up, is that the same consciousness that was before, or is that new spurt of electrical energy simply using old pathways, and it's actually a different consciousness starting from that point that believes it's the same because it has the memories of the previous due to existing neural pathways? That's something that's always made me
I don't think
curious.
there's a correct answer though. I think it's kind of
Yeah,
arbitrary.
I know what you mean. And I understand what you mean, I suppose, but in terms of
I think it depends how you
one's
define it
individual
though.
experience, I understand what you mean by that. I think, in terms of objective personal experience, however, there is an element that says, if your perception ends there, and then there's only a copy that then exists, and your perception ends there forever. That's death, basically, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of objective individual
I think you could
perception.
define that as death, but I don't think necessarily it would always. I don't know. Kind of depend. I think it depends.
So
I think
here's
it
one for
totally
me.
depends on how you look at it. I think it's kind of subjective.
I understand what you mean. Yeah, I'm not by any means an objectivist. It just seems to be, a plausible counter argument. But I suppose, again, I think it also partially perhaps comes down to the science, because it's possible that science at some point may give us a definitive answer to what is
Yeah,
at the
it's
moment a
interesting to
subjective question.
think about it.
I think there's yeah, but yeah, it's
Thinking about that concept of like what if this is possible to do, and what if it's possible to do in our
yeah,
lifetimes. It sort of
yeah.
gets me this existential anxiety where it's like, fuck, it seems so important.
I've had a lot of that. I know. I did have when I was a teenager. Well, really up until the last couple of years. Um, I think I mentioned before in the YouTube chat. I've had a lot of. I mean, I still have anxiety and stuff, but it's more down to earth things now. But as a teenager and stuff, I had like every night I was having nightmares about death because I had such big death anxiety. It's really horrible, and I couldn't look at anything, even though I was interested in science. I couldn't look at anything to do with space or look at the stars at night because it would freak me out. Because I'd be thinking about like how fucking imperceptible,
Yeah, sometimes I look up,
all
I
the
see the
sort of usual
stars, and I'm like,
stuff.
damn. Like I just think about how that light entered my eye.
Yeah, yeah, I know, but it's not just that. I mean, in terms of like sort of a nihilistic perspective, I'll get freaked out by like
Do you mean like by like the scale of it?
how smalling and meaningless. Yeah, yeah, a sense, almost a vertigo in
Okay,
that
yeah.
sense, yes. Um, but also just being scared of death and stuff, and how like no matter what you do, and if you try and live for like millennia or whatever, the Earth will at some point will get swallowed by the sun will go out, etc., etc., all that sort of stuff. I've always struggled to compartmentalize
It
things.
eventually gets into
Um,
the heat death entropy max.
yes, exactly, and that always freaked me out when I
Yeah.
read about that. As a teen, which we were doing that in physics. We were talking about the future of the universe, whether it be a big crunch or heat death or continual expansion. And that's such free. I couldn't
I
answer
feel
the
like I don't
questions on
even
the
want to
exam. I had
concern
to skip
myself with
it.
those kind of questions because it's like so far off that like I'm sort of more like
I know what you mean.
focused on
I
like more
understand what you
nearby
mean. Yeah,
issues.
I've never been able to never been able to narrow things down in that way. My train of thought always gone off on like huge. Like, I mean, I have Asperger's too, so that doesn't help.
I kind of go off in these directions, but not to that extent. I kind of think of it in terms of like human lifespans.
Yeah, I understand
Yeah.
what you mean. Yeah, no, I wasn't really limited by that kind of a viewpoint. I've always been very dissociative and stuff, so I don't really think about it necessarily just in terms of me. I just think on like the broader scales possible often. But luckily, in the last few years, I feel like near-death experiences, problems with mental health, and stuff with psychedelics, etc., etc. We've got a lot of things combined in the last few years, have helped me sort of mostly get over it, and I think I'm closer to what you're describing now. But as a teen, I used to think all the way out there all the time. I had to constantly talk to people because as soon as I was alone, those sorts of thoughts would start coming to me. It was a really like pernicious thing. It's rough. Yeah,
I feel like I've had
it's definitely things I empathise with.
when I was growing up, I feel like I didn't maybe think enough, and then I think a few years ago I started like really expanding my
Thinking
scope
too
more.
much, yeah.
And I don't think it's thinking too much.
Yeah.
Well, maybe kind of.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I just more only a bit in terms of like you can't let go of it then when it starts making you anxious, sort of thing.
I think about like sometimes I try to rationalize like if I died today, am I okay with that? Like,
yeah, I know what you mean. No, I think about that sometimes. I think about it, I think, in terms of a positive framework. I mean, people say I've got weird views and stuff sometimes, but I do think after you've had any kind of near brush with that, I mean, I tried to drown myself 3 nights in a row, basically, started hormones like the very next month, self-medding. But yeah, I think after that, I started to take the sort of living each day as if it's your last sort of thing. I was able to internalize that a lot more because it's such a cliche, but I think when you've had those kinds of experiences, it does help internalize it, and you can feel more grateful for existence and having what you do have.
I keep getting these like paranoid thoughts about like the worst possible thing that could suddenly happen. Usually
Yeah, that sounds like classical. That sounds like a classical anxiety disorder, the sort of brain jumping to worst scenarios.
I do that.
Not being able to deal with probability. That sounds like a classic anxiety, like just.
It feels kind of illogical because like it's. I think the only thing it's really doing, besides maybe being a creative exercise, I think the only thing that it's really doing is increasing stress and fear, and I think that's detrimental. So it's completely illogical for me to be like that.
That's right. That's right, and. A lot of these sorts of things. My sister has generalised anxiety disorder too. You see, she had it for quite a few years, and a lot of the time I notice with these sorts of behaviours, there's a rationalisation process that occurs that encourages you to keep doing these things even though they're harming you, because you think they're in some way helping when in fact they're just causing greater harm. I found.
I want to just be able to let go of that fear and not feel like.
I know what you mean. I mean, I'm lucky. I'm lucky in that drugs do seem to work for me. I know that they don't for some people. I've got a friend who they're just not the thing for. They just make them more anxious.
Wait, what works for you?
With weed.
What drugs?
Weed.
I feel like that stuff makes it worse for me.
Well, I just want to say weed is about a fifth of people, I'd say, at least from my own anecdotal evidence, about a fifth of people have that reaction to cannabis. Some people it just doesn't go well with and it makes them anxious, and my best friend is like that from high school. My best friend, whenever she tries to do any at all, she gets quite anxious. It makes her worse rather than better. But there's a lot of people it does work for. It's just unfortunate it doesn't for some people. Ketamine too I find helps.
I've never done that.
No, it's a bit strong. It's a bit strong, but no, it does the trick.
I think I'm mostly trying to avoid drugs.
Well, I'm sure. I mean, you got problems with money and stuff already. I mean, it's probably sensible to try and keep as little problems to have. I've got the complete. I should also say I've got the complete opposite of an impulsive personality. So it's a bit, for me, I'm a bit more measured perhaps than some people. Whenever I'm about to do something, I think, why am I doing this? Is it because I need it? Is it because I'm craving it, etc., etc.? I keep track of whether I'm doing things more often than I have done.
I sort of just let things get a little
bit
worse and worse until I pop half a Klonopin till I calm down. That's usually how I do it.
But no, I do it. Yeah, But you definitely shouldn't be ashamed of having to use pills
I'm just worried about
to function.
detrimental long-term effects or
I
dependencies.
understand, especially with something like Klonopin. I understand that, but yeah, I mean in general, so I know I have friends like that who they have a sort of they just it makes them feel dependent and that sort of thing. And I think the way I look at it is we know that nature isn't perfect. It comes up with all sorts of fucked up shit. Look at birth defects and stuff. If there's a problem with your neurochemistry or whatever, or your psychology, and it needs to be mitigated and corrected so you can have the best experience of life, then you shouldn't feel ashamed of doing something that causes no harm to others to make your
If
quality of
there's no
living better.
downside with like long-term detrimental effects or whatever, then I think I'm totally
Yeah.
fine with that. Like doing that. I don't think I
Yeah.
have
Okay.
any
Fair enough. Yeah. Fair
qualms
enough.
about it.
Yeah, I have loads of friends who are like, "Oh, I don't want to take antidepressants because then I'm relying on pills to be okay." So stuff like that, on the basis of it being taking medication rather than the specific effects or side effects of the medication itself. So yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. No, it's what you oh wait, you're working on your game count. I was going to ask you what you're working on, but obviously you're working on your game, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I think maybe on Christmas I'll have a Discord like alpha testing thing maybe.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no, that'd be a good way to end the year.
I've been kind of
I think
lazy
that'd be a good
about
thing.
working on it lately. Like the last week, I
Well, I mean,
think.
it's your own project at least, isn't it? I mean, you don't want to fall into a rut, but at the same time, it is your own project, so you shouldn't feel pressured um, to impress anybody but yourself.
Yeah, I guess so. It's
That's why I
been
look at
good.
it. If you had an employer and a deadline and stuff, then I'd say
Yeah, I mean,
fair
there's no
enough, I can
deadline, but
understand.
it's like I did make a lot of progress in the last like few months, and I wanted to like
Sure,
maybe keep
sure.
that progress going because there's still like so much to do. So
Yeah. No, I said before I'm working on a screenplay. I think I
yeah,
said
you
that.
mentioned that.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's good. I'm planning out the second draft. I've also, I mean, I've written stuff before, like growing up and stuff. I've just never really done anything with it. This is the first time I'm writing professionally, but it's going decently. I've been plotting out sort of characterization and conflict elements of draft two. I think much like programming, the process of creative writing requires intuition regarding spotting patterns and artifacts within the body of the text or within the body of the object without necessarily consciously um, going through the process of looking for it. There's a sort of a pattern finding skill
Yeah, I think
involved
it's
that
very creative trying to write.
yeah, it's so this I'm doing the screenplay. Did I tell you what it was about? I'm doing basically I wanted to do a sort of a coming of age story almost, but set amongst the context of the sort of nihilistic postmodern pessimism of our current generation in the face of the chaos that surrounds us in current affairs.
Is it kind of set in like this reality or like an alternate reality?
It's set in this reality. It takes place between about 2012 and mid 2016, and this current draft at least. And it's basically about a trans woman who basically she's encouraged to go to a family reunion. Turns out it's actually a setup so her father can try and convert her, like forcibly convert her, conversion therapy back
Right.
to male.
Where does this take place?
And England. The law here. I mean, for a start, it's basically her father and two friends in a house in the middle of nowhere. It's not like a camp. But also in the UK, the law against conversion therapy just lumped in trans people as they're just really gay. So it's basically it was made in like the 70s or whatever, and so it defines conversion therapy as anything covering sexuality, but they never talked about gender identity in the law It's just been left aside, never corrected.
Wait, is conversion therapy just like allowed for all those things then in the UK?
No. It's banned. It's banned for gay people and all that. But when they made the legislation, they didn't define transgender people as a separate group. They just said, "Oh, it's all gay."
Wait, so then wouldn't it be
So-
not allowed then?
Well, it's. I mean, basically, in the legislature, it's not defined as being illegal in exact words. So lawyers and basically in court, it would be possible to argue that no crime was committed. But you could get them on other charges like assault, etc. But the point of this is it's it's not a institutional situation like that. She gets kidnapped by her father and a couple of friends and hauled out to a house in the middle of nowhere, basically. So it's not really the sort of thing where law comes into it. It's three
What kind
grumpy
of
middle-aged guys.
conversion therapy is supposed to happen in this?
Well, sensory conditioning and that sort of thing. They cut her hair and stuff like that. Well, it's not necessarily very effective. The point of this is that while this is only this is only shown in shorter vignettes. The main bulk of the film is where her mind's going to while this is going on, and showing her memories of her childhood and adolescence growing up that led up to this, and also more abstract sequences of introspection where she's grappling with her own guilt about being transgender and how it's broken up her family and stuff like that, and shame, and the fear of not being able to create because of the lack of reproductive means. I know some transgender people, I've never been too much of a thing, but I know some transgender people, are very upset by the idea that they can't create life. And it's like, there's a sort of, what am I good for if I can't carry out my most basic function as an organism?
Oh, I think there's
Do
a
I
lot to
deserve
life.
this
Doesn't
existence?
necessarily.
Oh, I agree. I'm like that too. I know people who aren't like that. I didn't want the main character to be like a perfect person in every way who has all the best viewpoints and everything figured out already. It's I wanted them to feel like a realistic person that could exist, who often aren't perfect. So she's politically a little bit conservative, like economically, rather than being more. I wanted to give her something that. I wanted to give her that tinge of ambiguity. I didn't want it to be so black and white that there's no character conflict.
What you said reminded me slightly
No.
of the I know it's kind of a bit different, but it kind of reminded me slightly of the torture segments in V for Vendetta.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes,
I just got that imagery in my head when you were talking about that.
Yeah, I know what you mean. No, there's an element of that in terms of what they do to her in the house and stuff. Yeah, no, I understand what you mean by that. Is that kind of psychological torture more than anything? Yes, and it's about her grappling with her identity that she's never fully internalized as a result of her guilt and shame and her upbringing, because she's brought up in a religious community too. So there's a lot of I wanted to deal with. Elements of the sort of hopelessness a lot of people seem to feel in the face of what's going on in the world at the moment.
Yeah.
With current affairs stuff, all the war, all the right-wing stuff, everything that's going on, it's very. People, you've probably seen the nihilist memes on Facebook and stuff like that. There's a sort of a collective acceptance amongst our generation that everybody's mentally ill. Everything's fucking terrible. Ha ha ha! Isn't life a joke? And I wanted to write a story about someone transmuting that secular perspective into something more productive. About, really, the conclusion of a character arc eventually ends up with her having sort of a confrontation with the things she fears most, namely things like death and meaninglessness, and failure too, in a big way. But she sees death as the ultimate form of failure because it's where all your achievements or your perception of your achievements ends. Even if you have a legacy, everything dies out one day, and she's grappling with that. So basically, how it resolves is she ends up realizing that within the bounds of her own perception, success and failure are immaterial. If everything ends in failure anyway, then defines as failure isn't what's important. It's about her effort and how much she tries. More of a Japanese perspective, how they value sincerity over success.
Oh yeah, I'm not too
or
familiar with
sort
that
of thing.
perspective, with the Japanese perspective.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. But yeah, no, I wanted to like. I mean, that's not all of it, but it's like she comes to terms with the fact that the best she can do is the best she can hope for, and what she should cover over anything else, and that the best she can do is the best she can do. It's good enough. If that's all you can do, then whatever happens is meant to be.
I wish you luck with this.
Or it's going to be.
Sounds,
Yeah.
I don't know, right on point with like, yeah, like kind of what you said with.
Zeitgeist. It's a very zeitgeisty concept, I think. I wanted to, and she sort of comes to terms with death as being another side of the same coin. Sort of life and death as two states of. Well, I don't know if we have a word that's all encompassing enough, but I'd say almost like non-being and being are two states of the same thing, and that what happens when she's dead is of no concern to her because she's alive now, and that's a time for living, and that's and she should care about what happens. She while she's alive, she should care about what happens in her life, not in her death. As such, to her, obviously, it's good to be concerned about what happens to the world after you die. But yeah, those are the sort of ideas I wanted to inject emotionally into it, and this happens against, as I said, the backdrop of being like having her identity forced away from her, and her trying to, get around that. So yeah.
Wow. When do you think it's gonna be like finished?
Finished? I don't know. I already finished the first treatment, sent it off. The people I've been talking to in Glasgow said, yeah, no, it's good. It's good. They like it. I'm going to start the second draft probably beginning of next year, I imagine, because of the Christmas period and stuff. But,
Happy holidays.
No, I've been doing. Yeah, you too. I've been doing a decent amount of planning and stuff, so I have high hopes for the second draft. It'll probably need reasonably, as I'm fairly, I'm not full of experience. I'll probably take the middle of next year, I'd imagine, realistically speaking. I mean, it's not as long as perhaps I'm making it sound going on like this. It's only going to be like 120-minute film tops.
Oh, that's still significant though.
It's significant, yeah, but it's not like a 3-hour opus as my first ever screenplay or something. I didn't want to go too over the top, but the good thing is it's subjects that can be presented really without much in the way of special effects and such like. So I think it's a good concept for a first screenplay, in that there's so much naturalism going on that you don't have to worry too much about budget beyond like actors and organising stuff. There's a lot of people. There's her childhood stuff where she's in like a house in a childhood home and stuff like that. There's most of the real world stuff in the present day takes place in one house where she's being tortured or whatever, and then there's the introspective stuff that is on a black backdrop mostly. So it's I don't think it's particularly cost intensive for a first screenplay.
This conversation is making me kind of happy because you sound really excited about this, and you're like pulling this together and.
Yeah, no, I'm making steady progress on it. Writing's always a thing. I mean, with my problems that I have, it's one of the only things I can do, so I'm very well practiced at it. I've been writing fiction since I was like 5 years old. So I got the hours in. The other thing that I'm working on, which only came out the other night, stories tend to come to me quite fully formed. And this is what I'm going to work on afterwards. I'm sort of putting it to one side now, not doing too much planning on it because I'm trying to focus all my energies on the screenplay. But I came up with an idea for a sci-fi novel.
Oh, do you think that'd be like another project after this is finished?
Yes, that's right. It'll just be like a novella. I'm not screenplay straight away, but it'll be like a nice, like short, self-contained novella. which I'm going to write, after I've finished. I said I've put the planning for this to one side because I'm focused on the screenplay right now, but I did write out a synopsis, which I thought, went really. It was just like one draft. I'm going to leave it until the summer, and then I can mess around with it then and maybe just like bash out a couple of drafts. And it won't be like a big project or anything. It'll probably only be like a 100-page thing, sort of deal, like a short
cool.
story. But I thought it was nice. Hang on, my graphics driver's gone completely wacky. What's that? Okay. Oh yes, there we go. Yeah, so the working title I've got is The Song of Ghosts, and it's a spacey sci-fi but very metaphysical. This wasn't really with any great real world aim in mind. It just sort of splurged out of me. So basically, and this is the thrust of the story. Basically, you've got there's a near light speed. The near light. I'll just read out the
Sure, yeah.
synopsis. It'll be easier after walking. The near light speed spacecraft, the USSPS Manning, is sent on a routine interstellar trip to deliver science and ecology personnel to a conference on conservation of environmental and resource diversity across the solar system mankind currently inhabits. On board is mechanic Stephen Banks, who, being close to retirement, has been allowed to bring his 19-year-old daughter along with him to admire his work. I just come out with bullshit names, by the way. When I do first drafts and synopsis stuff, I just put in whatever comes in my head. So some of the names are weird. It's just,
Oh, that's fine.
it's
Yeah.
whatever, I'm fine. I'm confident in my concept, at least. Also on board from his terrestrial circle of acquaintances, and who know him as Banks, are his friend and fellow mechanic Warren, and a religious and introverted engineer for the Manning's fusion core drive, Boilerman. Months into their flight, Banks and Warren are sent out onto the exterior of the Manning to fix a minor exhaust fault. While they're outside, the Manning's cabin crew detect unusual interference in the fusion drive's warp bubble that seems to defy the laws of physics. Up ahead in empty space, and they discover the presence of a field of antimatter approaching them fast from behind. With no other recourse to escape the antimatter field approaching, they speed towards the Gulf of Light, and the craft is thrown sideways into it by gravitational forces, fatally detaching Warren from the exterior of the ship. At this point, there's a vignette where Stephen has a dream about a well-dressed man with glasses killing himself in his office. Stephen Banks comes to with the spacecraft in disarray, with no craft data being reported to the nearby computer terminal. He and his daughter Kelsey investigate the stricken craft and, almost at Kelsey's cost, discover that only a small peripheral section of the Manning has been left intact from what appears to have been a devastating explosion, and that oxygen is leaking rapidly from the remnant. Stephen realizes that whoever else has survived will be scrambling in the direction of the escape pods to see how many, if any, have survived the disaster, so they rush there. On their way, Stephen discovers Boilerman unconscious in a corridor and carries him. When they reach the escape pods, they find that only two are present, with the third that survived already disengaged. Stephen and Kelsey are about to launch theirs when one of the ship's ecologists, previously en route to the conference, enters the chamber and takes the fourth and final seat in the pod. Boilerman is still unconscious, but strapped in. Structural pressure damage forces the four to disengage straight away after this. The ecologist introduces her as Dr. Zara Tinks and reassures the others that she ejected an emergency beacon before the explosion to alert their home to their last known position, suggesting rescue will occur before the pod's oxygen supply runs out. They see the other pod disengage, presumably containing other survivors, and the last remnant of the Manning breaks apart. So that's sort of the catalyst. I want to jump into action fairly quickly. In the other pod, another four survivors discuss their backstories. They are resident Manning psychiatrist Dr. Callum Kenner, heavy-built mercenary Al Murray, and Professors Edward Kyle and Janet Everett, also in transit for the conference. The two professors are of a social order higher than the rest of them and draw Murray's contempt with their elitism. Murray spots a planet and a rink-shaped, sort of artificial gravity style space station in the vicinity of the escape pods. Following it so far? Yep. We then cut to Stephen Banks waking up in a smarter-looking bedroom suite, disoriented. He stumbles out of the suite and explores the surroundings before meeting the craft's illustriously decorated Captain Burbank. He introduces the space station, the one seen by Murray, as the Orbital and Long Distance Spacecraft, or OALDS prototype. Stephen immediately recognizes this as a combination spacecraft capable of both interstellar travel and planetary orbit that he designed years ago, but had left a pipe dream given his lowly job position. When he demands who knows who stole the plans and built the space station prototype without him, Captain Burbank is confused and insists that the space station was entirely Stephen's idea and that he built it. They appear to have conflicting memories about the proceedings. Burbank says that he is the sole crew member and has been babysitting the prototype throughout its grace period. Stephen recognizes one major difference between his design and the finished craft: the installation of heavy weapons and defense systems. Stephen finds Kelsey with the other survivors in the canteen. The ecologist Zara, Dr. Kenner, the psychiatrist, the professors Carl and Everett, and the mercenary Murray are all there. And in addition are 4 more survivors: Zara's colleague David Wong, the geologist Adam Everson, and 2 other core engineers from the Manning's crew, Kelly Wolverson and Sophie Benedict. Boilerman soon joins them, his head injury having been tended to. He doesn't remember the newer colleague, Kelly, being on board the Manning, which he puts down to his head injury. Sophie corroborates Kelly's position on board the Manning, and Stephen recognizes the psychiatrist, Dr. Kenner, as the man from his vision of a man killing himself in his office. Professor Everett realizes that the planet beneath them is not registered on any of the Space Navigation Authority's maps and demands to be allowed down to investigate. For some reason, Kelsey Banks is distressed and opposed to this idea, but Everett insists. She descends in one of the now nicknamed space station's, Audrey's, 3 ancillary space jets and discovers the presence of conditions perfect for sustaining life, exciting Zara, who Stephen has now befriended. Everett then discovers the presence of a forest and, upon closer inspection, fungi resembling magic mushrooms native to Earth. Assuming the atmosphere to be similar to Earth's as a result, she removes her helmet to eat them, prompting Kelsey on board the Audrey to have a panic attack. Stephen retires to his suite with Kelsey to help calm her down, while she warns Stephen that Everett is going to die. Professor Everett, upon the uptake of cyclobin, is able to see a vast amount of activity occurring in the forest and the sky above, as if she can perceive a fabric in the universe not visible by normal human perception that ties everything in the world together by energy. Appearing first to find God, she suffers a toxic reaction to the planet's atmosphere and dies quickly. Murray and Professor Kyle rush to the bridge to attempt a rescue, but find Captain Burbank missing. Sophie confirms from within the space station's inner workings that an escape pod has gone missing, suggesting that they have been abandoned. In Stephen's suite, Kelsey admits to having had a vision similar to Stephen's of Jane Everett's death during the Manning disaster. For reasons of science, Edward Carl and the other scientists, Zara, David and Adam, suggest that they continue investigating the mysterious planet or waiting to see whether help actually arrives following Zara's beacon, with Boilerman, Kelly and Sophie tending to the maintenance of the space station. As the planet turns in orbit, they spot the presence of what appears to be an alien civilization, the most advanced and sentient discovered to date, that covers a large portion of the other side of the planet. Professor Kyle begins sending messages to the planet and receives answers relatively quickly, progressively decoding the race's language. Zara and David ask Professor Kyle to get the aliens to describe their environment, their appearance, in order to glean some preliminary information on the ecology of the planet. Murray advocates that they treat the race as hostile by default, the Stephen Hawking approach.
The
The
Stephen
four
Hawking
end the night by
approach.
celebrating. Yeah, sure is. The 4 end the night by celebrating with champagne and arguing over who should get the credit for what remains of the what elements of the discovery. Boilerman shouts at them to keep the noise down, calling their discovery the product of mass hysteria, as God would never make another species equal to or greater than humans, those made in his image. That's the end of the first act. The next morning on Audrey, the space station, begins with Zara, Dr. Kenner, Professor Kyle, David Wong, and Boilerman in the canteen before Stephen joins them, suffering from an intense headache. Adam Everson and Murray play ping pong, with Murray demonstrating his alpha male and militaristic manner even in play, desiring conflict at every turn. Dr. Kenner then notices the presence of Kelsey, who has entered the canteen but is in a flu-like stupor and unresponsive, standing by the entrance. She vomits blood and quickly loses the ability to stand, with Stephen rushing to her side. Dr. Kyle attempts to help with his own medical knowledge, but Kelsey dies in Stephen's arms, to most in attendance's horror. Dr. Kenner finds Boilerman's emotionally flat reaction to death strange. Dr. Kenner provides emergency counseling to keep Stephen's grief-stricken rage under control after he causes damage to several of the space station's facilities. Many of the other passengers retreat to their own suites to deal with the incident, but Zara insists on checking up on Stephen and seeing how he's coping. David Wong informs Kelly and Sophie down below of Kelsey's death, causing shock to Sophie, and Kelly then supports her. Murray tells Adam about the death, and Adam seems remarkably unsurprised, though not as emotionally deadpan as Boilerman, and seeming nervous. Dr. Kenner talks to Boilerman about his reaction earlier, and Boilerman asserts it's his religious beliefs that are the culprit, as he believes Kelsey is in the kingdom of heaven, in the hand of God, so there's nothing to be sad about. The next attempt by the scientists to contact the aliens on the planet draws a blank, and there's no trace of the civilization they swore they saw just the night before. Dr. Kenner notes in his journal the notion that reality can change depending on perception, and the concept in quantum physics that the act of observing something changes the situation. Kyle, Zara, Adam, David, and Murray take the second of the three space jets down to the planet's surface to explore the forest, which appears to cover much of the planet in greater detail. David collects samples of the ubiquitous mushrooms, and Zara picks a few in secret. Adam wants to attempt to determine how much the local geology varies and uses a motorized trailer to traverse a larger area than on foot through the forest, while Carl takes chemical measurements and other biological samples. Murray stands around acting as muscle. Adam reports movement in the forest and says he's spooked, but Carl puts it down to the junior scientist's lack of experience, saying that to die in the field is possibly the best way for a scientist to die. Adam is attacked by some vague form of ominous beast and killed, leading the others to evacuate as Murray fends off the creature, and religious phenomena start to occur, exciting Boilerman back on board Audrey. As he is being killed, Adam reveals to the Audrey by intercom that he knew Kelsey was going to die, but doesn't say how. Back on board, Zara accosts Kyle for not taking Adam's concerns seriously, and shows bitter contempt of the superiority complex he and James shared. Stephen and Boilerman take Zara's side, bonding over the incident. Kelly and Sophie pursue a homosexual relationship, eventually realizing that they are soulmates. Later, Boilerman finds Stephen at work on the innards of Audrey, and Stephen reveals the cause of Kelsey's death to be faults in the station's life support system, which is organized in a cell-like manner from chamber to chamber to make the chance of total system failure less probable. These were weaknesses in the design that were known to Stephen when he was designing the Audrey, but he gave up the design before he was totally finished and had time to rectify these problems, leading him to blame himself for his daughter's death. Boilerman reassures him that she's in a better place, even as Stephen is not religious. He jokes, anything is better than this strange hellhole. He remarks that everyone dies at some point. The best that one can do with one's time while alive, religious or not, is to let people how you know how you feel and how you love them be honest. Subsequently, Stephen reveals his dream of Dr. Kenner's suicide during his next session with the psychiatrist. Dr. Kenner asserts that he's never yet attempted suicide, and later notes Edward Kyle also having come to him, saying he had dreamt of Adam's death at the hands of the forest beast before it happened. Kelly and Sophie's relationship intensifies, and Sophie suggests that the two of them are soulmates. While Zara loses focus on her feud with Professor Kyle, she attempts to focus on the positives of this experience and talks to Stephen about their lives. and Boilerman continues to find reasons to persecute the now confidence-stricken Professor Kyle. Kyle ends up verbally humiliating Boilerman and his religious beliefs in front of the other passengers in the canteen one evening, emotionally devastating him. Meanwhile, Dr. Kenner analyzes the sampled mushrooms David Wong acquired and finds them to be absolutely identical in every way to ordinary the same species. David shares this with Zara, who, being more spiritual, explains the idea of exogenesis and the possibility that magic mushrooms came to Earth from an extraterrestrial source. She says that this would tie in with some of the insights people say they have gained on shroom trips, and asks Stephen if he would like to try them recreationally given the chance. Stephen comes from a straight and narrow upbringing and is very unsure about the idea. Dr. Kenner and Zara discuss the reason they went into their respective fields, with Zara being fascinated by the idea of life without humans, seeing her own species as inferior to many of the more primitive but less irrational and destructive alien species they have come across, and Dr. Kenner being inspired to help people by his own mother's suicide. Professor Kyle takes the second space jet down to the surface of the planet again and takes samples from a coral bank, noticing the presence of silica and sulfur, suggesting the presence of tectonic activity on the planet. Murray refuses to go with him on account of having a bad gut feeling about the landing region and looks for Dr. Kenner. He is a very secular and proud man, so the idea of confessing to a premonition is embarrassing for him, but he eventually admits having dreamt of Professor Kyle dying in a fiery manner. Dr. Kenner assures him that this will be looked into seriously and goes to the bridge with him to find Boilerman and Zara already there, with Zara communicating with Kyle over the intercom. Murray demands to use the intercom and tells Kyle to return to the space jet immediately as he is in danger, overcoming his pride for the sake of his humanity. Kyle brashly ignores him and calls him a jock, collecting the last of his coral samples. As he finishes up, the ocean starts bubbling, and he measures the water temperature increasing rapidly. Sensing something is very wrong, Kyle reverts to pure scientist mode, taking the coral samples back out of their box and snapping several high-res shots that are transmitted back to the Audrey immediately. Repeating his belief that the best way for a scientist to die is in the field, a mega volcano erupts underneath his feet, and he is killed instantly. Zara recognizes the coral as her favorite species. In the space station's lecture theater, Dr. Kenner reveals that several of the initial survivors of the Manning disaster have come to him with reports of dreaming about the death of another of their compatriots during the explosion. Jane died first and did not report anything. Kelsey mentioned to Stephen that she knew that Jane was going to die. Adam had reported to Kenner that he had dreamt of Kelsey dying, and Kyle had reported dreaming that Adam was going to die, and Murray had reported dreaming that Kyle was going to die. Murray asks angrily who has seen his death, to which Boilerman admits having seen him dying after firing his weapons wildly in the forest, probably pursuing the forest beast that killed Adam. He says that such visions are against everything he believes in and that he fears demonic possession to be involved, with numerous religious phenomena and iconography being found in the environment around them. Kenner then asks who has seen Boilerman's death, and Sophie says that he is going to crash the third and final space jet into the Audrey, stranding the rest of them, unable to get back to the planet or elsewhere. Kenner suggests that some elements of the world around them may have somehow been manifested by the passengers themselves. Kelly is perturbed by all this talk and wants to leave, but Dr. Kenner demands to know whose death she has seen first. She insists she saw nothing during the explosion, which flummoxes the psychiatrist and causes him to insist she must instead be a figment of this world and not theirs. This causes her to leave the lecture theatre agitated. Zara stands up for Kelly and says that she too didn't have a vision. Kenner posits that Kelly and Zara may be the lucky two to make it out of the situation alive, but is still completely confused and troubled by the forecasted circumstances of his own death by Stephen, as he can think of few reasons he would kill himself like his mother did after the trauma it had caused him. He gets into an argument with Boilerman over whether his mother has gone to hell for committing suicide, and the two fight until Stephen and David break it up. So at this point, Dr. Kenner's list goes Jane, Kelsey, Adam, Kyle, Murray, Boilerman, Sophie, David, Dr. Kenner, Stephen, with David and Sophie's causes of death being given as death in an unspecified explosion. This leaves Stephen without a cause of death, Zara and Kelly not having a cause of death or a vision of someone else's death. This means that the possibility of all three of them surviving remains open. Boilerman prays frantically to God for forgiveness for committing a deadly sin, but appears to be having a crisis of faith. Dr. Kenner notes that the order of the chain corresponds to the position of the order of the chain in terms of how they had the visions, corresponds to the position of the passengers inside the severed section of the Manning as it passed into the Gulf of Light at the beginning, with Stephen entering first. Stephen is struggling with the loss of his teenage daughter and the brutality of their situation, and Zara tries to use the idea of life as an emergent property and the humanistic nihilism she has developed as an adult to try and make him feel less bad about death, the prospect of death, and the seemingly meaningless, hopeless nature of their situation. He is eager to move past his grief as quickly as possible, but struggles to internalize her beliefs. Under this duress, he agrees to do shrooms with Zara, and she brews up those she secretly picked in her suite for them to take together. He trips and sees the same electric fabric that Jane did, connecting all things, and projects himself into the body of a mushroom inside the planetary forest, internalizing his oneness with the rest of existence in the process. Although he ends up throwing up in Zara's sink, he feels enlivened by the experience. There's a knock at the door of the suite. When Stephen answers, it's a very, very confused Warren. So the guy who died right at the start, getting flung off into space. Wait, am I still connected?
What?
Oh, I'm still connected, good. Dr. Kenner examines Warren and finds him to be real and physical and in perfect health every way he possibly except that Stephen knows full well his fellow mechanic can't possibly be alive. Dr. Kenner presses the concept of manifestation and points out how the coral species on the planet happen to be Zara's favourite, and that all the music on board the Audrey, a space station designed by Stephen, was classical music Adam was a fan of, and that all the good food on board was Professor Kyle's favourite foods and ran out as soon as he left, which and they're now living on like traditional icky space food, suggesting that the form of this area of space-time they are perceiving is not its true form, but a result of their individual perception working together. Stephen asks why they would be able to see each other's manifestations if they are the result of each individual's perception, which Stephen is at a loss to answer. Warren insists that he is sentient and not a manifestation, and is able to list off all sorts of memories of things Stephen and him have done together, and even tries to prove his existence by giving information that Stephen wouldn't know yet. But Dr. Kenner explains that even this would be fallacious to count as proof, as because Stephen by definition doesn't know the answers to those questions, the information Warren is giving could in fact be false and purely a product of Stephen's imagination. Dr. Kenner has files on all on board the Manning, having been the resident psychiatrist, and reveals that upon going through Professor Jane Everett's file, she found that she had been bereaved some time ago. The photo of her late husband is identical to Captain Burbank. Warren leaves the room upset, but Banks assures him he will treat him the same regardless, as he seems real enough to speak and experience emotions with, regardless of what the truth is about Warren's supposed existence. So now this is the start of the final act. Kelly does not want to accept the possibility of Sophie dying and her not surviving along with Stephen and Zara, and Sophie is scared herself by the suggestion she is going to die soon and violently. Boilerman tries to comfort them, but they instead flee to Sophie's suite and have sex, trying to make the absolute most of however much time they have left together. David muses his fate, but seems to subscribe to the same humanistic nihilism as Zara and does not seem particularly upset by his fate. Boilerman continues to pray for mercy and forgiveness, saying he willed the toxic atmosphere and the megavolcano into existence as plague and hellfire upon those he hated, not realizing the things he thought would come true here. Murray decides to rise to his fate and confront the forest beast himself, seeking the thrill of the ultimate hunt. He confesses It is likely his own bravado and lust for conflict that brought the beast into existence in the first place, and that therefore it is his responsibility to hunt and kill it. Boilerman insists on going with them in the final space jet as backup, readily strapped in and preparing the jet for takeoff well in advance should anything go wrong. He does this partly out of an effort to balance his karma and avoid his own fate, which he sees as a punishment from God. Dr. Kenner tells Stephen it is effortless to try and stop Murray. Down on the planet, the mercenary, armed to the teeth, marches into the forest and yells for the beast to face him. It doesn't take long for his foe to appear, but its smoky, vague, albeit bestial form makes it difficult for any of Murray's arms to harm the creature in any way, even when he is offloading like 2 heavy guns at once. After a long game of cat and mouse, and despite Boilerman demanding he return to the space jet and try again another time with updated tactics, Murray refuses to stand down and instead faces down the monster in a kamikaze charge, launching everything he has at the beast at once. The explosion destroys a patch of forest and kills both Murray and the beast. Boilerman, distraught, tries to reach the place where Murray died but ends up lost in the forest and, running out of oxygen, being chased by demons, finds himself being chased by demons of gruesome alien-like appearance. He fights them off and finds his way back to the space jet, reaching it just before his oxygen runs out, but struggles taking off as the demons clamber onto the craft. There we go, second to last paragraph. As he leaves the planet's atmosphere and enters space, Boilerman sees stars blocked out as the black forms of the demons fly up and around him in pursuit, flapping their wings despite being in space. This tips off Dr. Kenner to the fact that they are a manifestation of Boilerman's religious mind and guilt, and Kenner insists that it should be possible for Boilerman to will the demons out of existence if he can let go of his guilt. But the core engineer insists as a result of his faith that the demons are real, and they begin to attack the integrity of the space jet and the space station, and Boilerman panics in trying to dock with the Audrey. Kelly joins the bridge and asks where Sophie is, wanting to make sure she's safe in this time of crisis. Sophie and David are making their way up to the bridge themselves because they know Stephen et al. Don't die in the same way they do, and therefore if they are all stood together on the bridge, the chances of any of them dying are slim. Boilerman continues to panic and demands the bridge initiate docking procedures for the space jet, despite him being far too fast and being attacked by demons. As they begin to attack Audrey itself and also cracking the cockpit windows of the space jet, Boilerman makes his approach to the docking port, which happens to be exactly where David and Sophie are up to in their own maneuver. A horrified Kelly pushes Sophie to hurry up, and David insists that she go ahead. Dr. Kenner argues loudly with the dogmatic Boilerman, insisting he back off from his approach and calling him weak-minded. This only emboldens Boilerman more to dock with Audrey, and he speeds up his maneuver, failing catastrophically in his stricken space jet and killing Sophie and David in the process, Sophie dying first, having actually been at the exact level of the docking port as a result of David letting her go first. Kelly disappears from the bridge, confirming her as being a manifestation of Sophie's own repressed homosexuality, mostly hidden before on the Manning as a result of her own shame and introversion. The Audrey is damaged, but its orbit is not fatally affected by the collision, and the damaged portion of the ring is sealed off forever to prevent oxygen leaks. Damage is mitigated by the work of Stephen and Warren, who bond together again, although Stephen can never entirely forget the very likely possibility that this version of his old friend is not real to some degree. Dr. Kenner turns attention to the nature of the fabric field Stephen and Jane both described as having seen while on the mushrooms. Kenner is an experienced psychonaut himself, but finds the same effect to be true for him when he trips using the planetary mushrooms, something he hasn't seen before. He suspects the mushrooms to be a manifestation of his own interests. From the scant details he knows about the Manning disaster, he suggests that the passengers passed somehow into a realm where the laws of physics do not apply in the same way, seemingly a different universe entirely, and that the field is a dim echo of the reality of this realm, as opposed to the more conventional space scenes imposed over the top of it by their non-native minds. Stephen and Zara watch Warren tending to the bridge's instruments from afar, and Stephen reminisces about his friend. He asks if Zara thinks she's a manifestation, and if so, who of? She says she can't be, and explains that she did actually have a vision during the Manning disaster of Stephen committing suicide to avoid a lifetime on board Audrey with only her and an apparition of his dead friend for company, and that she only claimed not to have seen anything to make Kelly feel better, as she feels the manifestations deserve to be treated as real as Stephen or herself. Stephen struggles to see why he would kill himself at a lack of company with an intelligent female human like Zara still around. He asks her, suspicious of whether this is a double bluff, whether she really is sure she saw his death and isn't a manifestation. Dr. Kenner's work grows increasingly frantic and obtuse as he lines up theory after theory as to the nature of their current reality and shoots each one down in succession, space science not being his speciality. The bridge is destroyed by the damage from Boilerman's crash creeping along the hull after it becomes clear none of Warren's repairs in areas Stephen hadn't inspected have actually taken place, confirming that Warren is indeed a manifestation. At this point, the concept has become a bit of a joke between the two of them, as Stephen begins to learn how to switch Warren on and off, i.e., how to control his manifestations. At the same time, he is wary not to let himself accidentally will Audrey itself out of existence during his more down moments. He eventually manages to manifest Kelsey and is able to embrace her again and tell her how much he loves her. He then cannot bring himself to make this manifestation disappear again, leaving him with two apparitions for company. He continues to struggle with the concept of his real but not real pals, and teaches the designs for Audrey to Zara in great detail, so that should he accidentally set them adrift in space, or should something happen to him, she will be able to keep the existence of the space station going for her own benefit. By this point, she has surmised that she has manifested the planet itself, an Earth-like planet of the sort she had always dreamed of discovering herself one day. The aliens were a manifestation of Kelsey's desire to meet an intelligent, non-human species in her lifetime. One day, Stephen, Zara, Warren, and Kelsey realize they haven't seen the now reclusive Dr. Kenner in quite a while and decide to check on him. Zara discovers the psychiatrist dead as a result of suicide, leaving behind a short note saying that he had sarcastically willed the death of Boilerman as a result of bitterly opposing his dogmatic and whinging approach, and that this was against everything he had worked for, and had committed suicide as a result. Stephen wants to know what theories Kenner had been working on all this time, but his notes are indecipherable to a layman like Stephen. The only clue is the phrase "We are gods." No, "We are God," scrawled across this whiteboard. The meaning is lost on Stephen and Zara. The remaining shroom samples have disappeared from the lab. Zara states her intention to stay behind for the duration of her natural lifetime on the Audrey space station. It is insistent that the planet she has created and the space station around her is real enough for her, and that she will enjoy every moment of her solitude from the human race, admiring sheer existence at peace, having now memorized the space station's design off by heart. Stephen says he'll stick around too, to see if help arrives to save him from this miserable, deathly place. Zara admits that help is not coming, and that she said she was able to send out an emergency beacon to reassure Kelsey while in the escape pod, as she was panicking, always trying to keep people at peace of mind for as much time as possible, as that's all there really is for humans in existence as far as she's concerned. He seems sad, and Stephen seems sad a relationship never worked out between the two of them, but accepts the reality of the situation now and bids her an amiable farewell. Distraught that he is trapped here for life and has been under false hope, Stephen decides to kill himself to escape his false reality and leave the mystery of Dr. Kenner's final message behind. Kelsey and Warren comfort him as he engineers a nitrogen leak in his own suite and passes out. And this is the epilogue. In a space unperceivable to normal human experience, Stephen finds himself still thinking, still conscious, still alive, but unable to perceive his own body. He hears the thoughts of the other survivors of the Manning disaster, from Dr. Kenner and Jane Everett to the real Kelsey and all the rest, apart from Zara, hearing their thoughts as if they are his own, all still alive and merged together into a single consciousness. Dr. Kenner explains that he had come to the conclusion that the Manning encountered a polyp-like anomaly in the inflation of space-time and had clipped the edge of the pocket as it closed off, severing the section of containing Audrey's eventual passengers and the rest of the craft, either rescued or destroyed in the vacuum of space, in the universe as we know it. The pocket, having sealed off like an Elksbow lake from a meander in a river, became a bubble universe, a small separated offshoot of our own universe, with its physical rules and realities changed from those of our own primary universe as a result of the separation process and as a result of the introduction of foreign matter, the remnant of the Manning, at its genesis. Kenner posits the full list of factors as not known to them at this time. In the bubble universe, it appears that time as we know it does not exist, and therefore their deaths as they passed into the highly energetic and physically convoluted space of the boundary between the prime universe and the bubble universe were instant, and yet at the same time stretched out to infinity. This allowed them to, well, in essence, as soon as the Manning disaster occurred, they were all dead, but forever, or they were all dying, but forever, never actually reaching death, much like the hypothetical scenario of Archimedes' tortoise. So, they're sort of like a satellite orbiting by falling over the horizon. They're never actually dying because there's no time. They're caught at the moment of death, but still conscious eternally, and superimposing their own reality over the top of this timeless, spaceless world. The fabric field seen by Kenner, Stephen, and Everett is in fact an electrically charged field of infinite size that constitutes the actual real contents of the bubble universe, and which conveniently has captured their consciousnesses in perpetuity without separation by physical bounds. They then superimpose concepts more native to their experience over the top of this space in their imagination, in their shared imagination, i.e. the space station, Zara's planet, etc., an illusion they could only break out of by experiencing death and letting go completely of their ego or self. The closest one could get without actually dying would be ego death, i.e. from the magic mushrooms that they found on the planet, and therefore catching a glimpse of the reality of the space, the fabric field. Dr. Kenner's final message, "We are God," was essentially that, as an immortal being, their melded consciousnesses now have infinite time to go through every thought, feeling, process, and experience it is possible to experience, and are able to manifest anything within this imaginary space that they have, and are therefore omnipotent within this realm. Stephen is concerned about Zara, but the Kenner part of the God Mind reassures him that when Zara dies of old age, she'll join them as part of the God Mind. They then begin to manifest what may indeed be our own reality as a simulation within their imaginary space. Back on Audrey, a tired-looking, now middle-aged Zara drinks tea in the station's observation gallery, overlooking the planet with silent manifestations of Stephen and Dr. Kenner by her side. A faint transmission from a search party looking for the Manning plays on the intercom, saying they have spotted something. Zara chuckles to herself. End. So yeah, I'm gonna write that off next summer too.
Wow. That was pretty fast paced, so I was having some trouble keeping all the characters straight and everything. But
That's okay. That's
seems
okay.
like got really
I'll write the
trippy and
actual
interesting
thing
near
and
the
then it'll
end.
be. Yeah. I wanted to. There's various influences. Obviously, there's a bit of 2001 in there, a bit of Interstellar, bit of Evangelion.
Yeah, like the merging of.
There's. I wanted to.
What's it
present
called
some
in that
concepts.
Evangelion? The merging or whatever.
Oh,
yeah,
instrumentality. Instrumentality. Yeah, there's an element of that, although it's between a limited number of people. Yeah, but I wanted. There aren't many sci-fi's I've noticed set in bubble universes or spaces outside of our own laws of physics entirely. So I wanted to do something of that sort. And also, I was inspired by Elon Musk's recent
he's been talking about that stuff.
Are we a simulation or whatever? And I wanted to give that possibility at the end that this is the genesis of our own reality as the dream of some other being created in this manner. Sort of like. So yeah, no, there's a lot of ideas. I want to
think about questions
some ideas like that.
It's just like, is that a desirable outcome to become a part of like the God consciousness, like combined?
Well, I don't know. I want to leave
it seemed kind of ambiguous. If it was like
good and what's
it was
bad.
Just strange.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I wanted it to make one of those more sterile Kubricky style sci-fis, like I'm not really passing judgments on what's good and bad. I'm just sort of presenting these crazy concepts as they are, and it's up for the reader to project their own insecurities and beliefs and stuff onto who they'd be in that situation and what they'd think of that and that sort of thing. I wanted to bring together some concepts I hadn't seen in sci-fi, at least in a long while. Like, a lot of these things are quite sort of 70s style sci-fi, 60s, 70s, so I said the 2001
Oh, really?
type stuff.
Wait, I'm not too familiar
Sort of
with
well, stuff like bubble universes and those ideas of spaces entirely outside of our own laws of physics and the stuff like that hasn't really been touched upon in the last 30, 40 years of sci-fi, to be honest. And it was something that I think is severely lacking. So
how would you talk about current sci-fi? Like, how would you describe it?
Current sci-fi. What I had considered current sci-fi is things like Looper, Inception.
Oh yeah, Inception.
How about the sort of slick, icy kind of even something like Source Code, really, on the more populist level.
I don't think I've seen that. Or Reddit or whatever.
Stuff like that. Maybe going back a bit, you could class as far back as Minority Report as being what I'd consider the start of modern sci-fi as we know it, like the current sci-fi. Yeah, those sort of things. Often more earthbound, often using that slick 90s aesthetic, 90s futuristic aesthetic that looks kind of Apple product like.
Right.
That sort of thing. Black Mirror too, that sort of thing. Whereas this is verging on space opera.
That one episode.
This is sort of like Lost in Space, big group of ragtag survivors in a crazy situation, like drifting in space, sort of thing. It's more of a galactic starship type premise, but then with a lot of psychonautical stuff and a lot of metaphysical stuff, sort of bringing in more human elements in as it goes along. Until we get the ending, yeah. So, I'm pretty. Execution is always the tricky thing, but I'm pretty confident in my ideas.
Yeah, that's a lot. And so you think that'd be like 100 pages when it's fleshed out?
Oh, well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it seems like it could be kind of long.
I understand. Yeah, well, it's about how concise. I mean, when I say 100 pages, it'd probably be more like 50 or 200, but it'd still be a short book. It depends on how much you focus on various elements and how much you time skip between events and stuff like that. Like, you can pad it out with stuff about their daily routines and how the tech works.
I guess it's kind of hard to determine what to include and what to cut out.
Exactly. And how much dialogue you get into, and how much science speak, and how much setup there is at the beginning. There's a lot of elements like that you have to consider, and that drastically alters the length of the book. The same way editing is what makes a film.
I wasn't sure where that was all going, but the ending got really interesting.
Yeah. And another one I was inspired by, Sphere, the Barry Levinson film. That was good.
I haven't seen that.
And Samuel L. Jackson. It's good. It was panned critically when he did, and I said it seems like a perfectly serviceable little adventure movie. No idea why it got rated that low, and it's always been one of my favourite sci-fis. Yeah, it's called Sphere, from like 1997, 1998.
Wait, it sounds familiar. Wait, I'm gonna Google this.
Yeah, a lot of people have sort of seen a bit of it on TV and stuff, but no, I don't know many people have seen the whole thing. Everyone I've showed it to likes it though. I mean, it's not a masterpiece of film, but it's a fun adventure movie with an unusual concept and pretty good special effects for the time.
Wait a minute, I might have seen this on TV or something once. I don't think I've really watched this all the way through though.
No, I know. I said it's quite a short, small movie. It was a complete flop, but I'm surprised. It's got Dustin Hoffman and people, and Samuel L. Jackson, a really good role. Set designs are bloody brilliant.
I looked at the images and like the image of the sphere or whatever. For some reason, I think I've seen this.
Yeah, like I said, that's the recognisable image from it. A lot of people, like my dad said when we ended up watching, it was like, "Oh, I saw this on TV once. This scene," and I was like, "Yeah." I'm probably going to go in a bit, so I don't want to hog the. But
good luck with the screenplay and the writing.
Yeah, and also good luck with my family over Christmas. I would say, bloody hell! I told you about my dad, haven't I? I'm staying with my parents now. He wouldn't get in the bath after me was he scared of catching AIDS
Um,
because I'm trans?
I see.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting Boxing Day with the
Good
extended
luck with
family.
that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one, especially since I've still got this bloody voice. It's kind of grim,
You shouldn't
but
worry
I'm
about.
looking a lot better these
Maybe
last few months.
don't even really need to worry about it. I don't know.
I suppose, I don't know. I mean, it's just that I've still not even passed once in public yet. At 14 months, which is pretty grim. I'm pretty sure my voice has something to do with it because I think I've looked a bit more decent in the last 4 months. My face has filled out a bit more, and my jaw doesn't look as horrific as it did before. So I feel like my voice comes into it quite a lot. But even when I don't speak, I don't get gendered female. So I guess it's whatever. I mean, ultimately, I'm more worried about how I see myself than how others see me. But it does grind in your gears when it's constant "Sir, gentlemen," etc. in public, and it's like I'm wearing fucking full makeup and exclusively female clothing, and this is one of the most progressive cities in the country. Can you not at least tell that I'm transgender? People seem to not even really be able to tell that I'm trans, let alone passing. Weird. How's yours going?
I guess things have been better recently compared to like earlier this year, but I don't know.
Yeah, I see you've been working on Electro and stuff.
That's been something that's felt very therapeutic, kind of. And I look forward to it every time, even though it's painful.
Yeah, no, I know. So do I with laser. I mean, I need a bit of Electro, but I can't really afford it right now. But the laser's doing a lot of good work. When I shave and use makeup now, you can't see barely any shadow and stuff.
For some reason, for me,
that
yeah,
feels
it's
really
like
good.
the hair really bothers me a lot. It's like the facial hair, so.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, the texture and stuff is horribly triggering, horribly so. No, I know exactly what you mean. It's the first thing I did before I even got
Yeah, so
hormones.
despite like not
Start
having
laser.
really good stable income at the moment. I mean, I have like a regular income now thanks to Patreon and stuff and the YouTube sponsors, but
yeah, it's just the
I
math.
still,
Yeah.
I'm still spending on Electro despite not really having like all the
Yeah.
income that I need.
Well, you got to do it to keep your mental health in check. There's no good not spending the money if you then mentally, as a result, and are able to are unable to do things to improve your financial situation later on as a result of a mental decline, isn't it? So it makes sense that you'd make that expense. I'm freaking out about money too. I've got to find 1,600 by next February, or I'm homeless.
Oh, good luck.
Very scary. Yeah, I know.
Do you think you'd be able to make
But,
any money off of these, like off the screenplay and stuff, or?
Oh, possibly, yeah, but I'm not going to be finished till the middle of next
Yeah,
year
true.
at
Okay.
least. So the time thing, more than anything. It's a bit grim, but what can you do? But yeah. Oh, also, who was it? Someone. Who was it? I don't know. Who it was. Someone in MTFG says hi, basically.
Oh.
So they were the shout out to MTFG. Yeah, they're an interesting bunch of people.
Hello.
I'm a living meme there. Yeah, so it's there's some nice people there. I mean, it's a fantastic. What we'll say about MTFG and about the LGBT board and 4chan is it is probably the best place for information for LGBT people, especially trans people and young trans people. Anywhere on the internet for information, it is top tier. You can ask. They have complete guides on self-medicating, on getting blood tests, and all sorts of stuff. You can get any question about is this normal at X months answered in like mere minutes. The only problem is, as a social space, it's markedly less desirable. Shall we put it like that?
Yeah, I never went on there much, really. I've been there a few times, but
yeah, I've seen you stream. But yeah, I don't know. Everybody keeps bloody dating each other on there, like long distance relationships, and then all sorts of drama starts.
Long distance relationships seem really difficult to me, and I don't think
Yeah,
I'd want to get involved with
and
that.
again, especially when it's LDR between 4chan people.
Right.
It's a very special thing. So it's oh god, there's so much drama all the time, and like bloody like
Have you gone on
this
the Ask Transgender Reddit?
Yes, occasionally. Occasionally. I don't stay there too long. My main community is the 4chan one, just because I was there for longer, and it's where I was when I found out about self-medding. I then proceeded to be a meme, spanned across boards, doxed, had my very interesting
Docs?
porn industry doxed,
Fuck.
yeah, 5 times actually.
Fuck that shit.
And
Fuck that.
yeah, got my notable history of pornography from my teenage years unearthed. That was an interesting one. Didn't bother me too much because all my mates in real life know what a kinky fucker I am, but it was still it was a bit of a grim one. I won't lie. I didn't get depressed over it or anything, but it was annoying. Um, but yeah, now I'm further along in transition, and a lot of people there seem to like me now, or some at least, more than before. They don't send me active death threats. I guess that counts as liking me more. But yeah, yeah, it seems to be just because I'm further along in transition and don't have as much facial hair, so yeah, pretty shallow. There's some interesting standards on passing as well. People regularly post cis females in the passing or unpassing threads as a joke, and then everybody's like, "Oh, they don't pass at all. It's terrible. Oh, you'll never." That's a cis girl. It's taken from my Facebook. Oh dear, it's pretty grim.
Yeah, maybe it's not
I
good
love
to
the
like
femboys though.
be so subject to people's.
I know it doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, I'm not somebody. I've never had like because I was like bullied intensively as a child and had a lot of emotional trauma. That sort of stuff doesn't really ever get to me. Like people say whatever they like to me, and words don't really. I mean, when they do the doxing and stuff is
Yeah,
annoying.
that's fucked up, I think.
All the just like insults and stuff. I've heard it before. Anybody who
I
ever loved
think
you was
when
wrong, etc.
that stuff can build up though, it can be bad, even if it doesn't feel
I so
bad
I
in
don't
the
know. It does
moment.
for some people. I've seen how it has. I've seen how it has for you on your streams and stuff. But no, it is really like I am such an emotionally deadpan person that it just really doesn't drill into me for some reason. Unfortunately, the good stuff doesn't drill into me either. So I always
I can
forget the
kind of
people who
relate to
praise me
that.
or
I can kind
compliment
of
me
relate to
even
that.
too. Yeah, and it goes both ways for me. It's a double-edged sword in my case. Um, but no, I mostly go on LGBT for the femboys. I don't know if you've ever seen FemGen,
I've seen that thread existing when
the
I
Femboy
popped
General,
in the
which is
catalog.
yeah. Oh, so I don't know anything about your section. Fuck, that is my kind of guy. Jeez, they're so fucking cute. It's like Karu and Sinchi, but like in real life, and it's just like fucking cute. I know some guys like that in real life too, and it's just like, oh my gosh, I blush whenever I go there. It's like, so cute, so cute. It's not even sexual. They're just so cute. Uh, But yeah, there's a lot of guys on FemGen on LGBT who are actually on hormones or some variant of
Yeah,
hormone therapy,
yeah.
um, in order to try and like get sort of like it's almost like a sort of non-binary transition basically. Is how I've heard other people describe it, which seems pretty accurate. But yeah, oh, that's like my favorite type of person in terms of attraction. Gosh, those are so cute. I recommend looking if you're into that. I recommend looking. You get there's some nice bits. Don't. There's some cute guys there. Yeah. Shout out to any femboys out there. Yeah, because yeah, cute boys are cute. But yeah, I've got my cat here, but I don't have I can't show you him unfortunately. No camera link is there. He's got a little Hitler moustache. But yeah, it's now 2 a.m. So I'll hang up. I think or
Alright,
whatever.
yeah.
I'll give somebody else a
Thanks
chance.
for
But yeah, no, it's very nice talking
yeah.
to you. Voice to voice for the first time. Yeah, so peace out, and maybe again sometime. Or whatever. Yeah, but anyway, yeah,
Alright.
thank you for the talk. Have a
Yeah, you
nice
too.
evening, whatever time it is. Though. Peace.
Hello.
Hey, just a second. You're right.
Yeah, hello.
Hey there. Sorry, I got it on push to talk and it's really awkward to time. You alright?
Am I alright? Yeah.
Cool.
Seems to be a troll in the chat though.
Yeah, That's very
I'm just gonna
typical.
ban this person.
It's typical internet stuff. Fair dues. So what's up?
I don't know. I've just been doing these chats for the last, I guess, a day. This is like stream 2,
Yeah.
and
I missed stream 1,
oh
unfortunately.
yeah, well it's on YouTube. If I don't know if you cared to like.
Yeah, I tend to go through your back catalog when I miss things.
Yeah, so I've been kind of enjoying these talks with people. It's it
That's
always
cool.
brings something different. It's kind of interesting.
You ever engaged with your, I guess, fan base?
Not like this.
Before,
This is
or-
kind of different.
That's cool. That's cool.
Also,
Mm.
I'm not sure how many more chats I'm gonna do because I'm hungry and I kind of want to go out in like maybe 45
yeah.
minutes or something. I don't know. Something like that.
Oh yeah, that's fair enough. Oh jeez, it's 2 a.m. now. Think about it. I've just been eating biscuits for the last.
Oh, are you
I don't know
in,
when that guy started.
Are you in like where are you? Okay.
Right now. I don't know when that girl started reading her book, but I started eating biscuits then, and I've been doing so the whole day.
A Chipotle stream. Probably not gonna happen.
Ah, come on. So I haven't really seen anything. You say you were working on, or you are working on your game inconsistently. Have you spoken at all about what it's like or what it is?
Not really.
Like
I'm gonna keep it a little bit under wraps still, but I think on
until some kind
well
of
on
reveal.
Christmas, I think the Discord can have like a. I think I'm gonna try to start getting people to start like playing it on Christmas.
Oh, like demos. Oh, that'd be rad.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
And I mean, there's still a lot I have to do, but it's playable now.
Yeah.
It's like you can totally play it. So
That's cool.
like even if I didn't do
How do you
anything
approach it?
else, it's still I could still do a Christmas thing even if I'm super lazy until now. Or I mean until then.
That's fair. That's pretty cool. You got so much progress done.
What were you saying? You were gonna say something?
I was gonna ask about how you approach game design. 'Cause,
Well,
I used to dabble in it, and I do.
it
like,
depends on what
very
like
modular
what
stuff.
it is. Like what is the project? Because I think different projects could be wildly different.
Yeah. Cool.
So I don't know how to answer that really without, I guess, revealing a lot of details or something. I could maybe talk more about it like after Christmas.
That's fair. When I used to do it, I used to do very I guess a modular approach. Like you'd make the mechanics separate from each other, and so they could be implemented together into the final game without relying on each other. Like puzzles and such being separate from combat and so on like that. But the various different aspects of game design can be approached without interaction within each other, as long as they stick to a main theme.
Yeah, well, the thing I'm making is sort of I don't know how much I want to talk about it.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. So you're in so is it cold where you are? Or I guess it's cold everywhere where everyone is because it's winter.
It's gotten colder, yeah. But I grew up in Wisconsin, which is a cold place during the winter. So I'm pretty used to it being cold. Although I feel like I'm a little bit more sensitive to temperature lately. So I guess it does make me like really cold.
Yeah, that's fair. In the UK, it's pretty much always pretty cold, but it's like getting darker earlier now at like 4 4 p.m. It's like pitch black outside. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it gets dark really early, and I don't know, it feels kind of weird.
Yeah. So, I had a question, but I've forgotten it. It was about like mood swings and that. I know you've been steering clear of drugs lately, and that's, in my opinion, that's pretty cool. But I know it's not really my business to say so. But
Yeah.
I just got my my second injection, like a Decapeptyl, just like a hormones thing straight into the bloodstream. It's pretty cool.
Is that
But it's super expensive.
HRT? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you're on shit. I've
Estradiol,
forgotten now.
spironolactone.
What are you
It's just
taking?
under the tongue. Well,
That's
the
it, yeah.
estradiol's under the tongue. The
Oh,
that's
spironolactone
right.
is swallowed.
Yeah, that's it. That's cool.
Like, I think I could have opted for injections, but
Some say it's
yeah,
like better, but
I heard
don't
it could
know.
be
I
like
think
more
most
effective maybe,
inject-
but also like the actual act of having to inject myself or whatever, like I guess it's probably not that hard, but
I guess.
I just kind of didn't want to deal with it.
I have to go to a nursing's office for it.
Like I think I had the option to like teach myself to do it, or like or
fuck
not
that,
teach
I'm
myself to do it,
terrified
but
of
like
needles.
get kind of taught how to do it and then do it on myself at home.
Yeah, nah, hell no. Terrified of needles. Can't be having that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my blood drawn tomorrow, and I usually just like look
Oh,
away.
geez.
It's not that bad. It's just
I don't know. I had a weird thing. I used to look away from blood tests, but the last one I had, I looked down at it, and it totally freaked me out, and I passed out. And now, anytime I'm near needles, I have this horrible feeling in my gut. It's like conditioned me. It's pretty awful.
sorry, my mind's kind of blank right now.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's not a big deal. If you're gonna go for food, then I'll pop off then. I just really wanted to say that I came across you very recently, and it's been cool, like discovering this whole, like, I guess, lore of Nasi, like going all the way back to the old speed running and all of that thing. Like I came across you because I started getting into speed running through the recent like speed running what do they call it, speed running done quick or games done quick thing. And then I saw you do a voiceover of your old run of Wind Waker.
Oh yeah, that was
Like,
pretty recent.
That's how I came. Yeah, like I came across you within this month.
There's like a
It's
lot
been
of
very
old videos that I
interesting
have.
getting to
I
know this
could
person.
like create a lot more videos like that, but
There's no need to strain yourself on such things. I know that's being trans. I know that's a very awkward topic to go across.
no, yeah, some of the
But it's like-
videos in the past. Well, I'm gonna re-upload everything, but there's a lot of it that had like webcam and microphone from the past, and I don't know if I'd want to like
Yeah.
commentate those because it seems a little strange. I don't know.
Redub it. But no, it's very awkward approaching like past events that you're proud of, but sort of things like that. Because it's like, what bridges do you burn? Where do you cross the line? Do you start getting rid of baby photos
Well,
and things like that? You know.
I'm
It's
I'm
that
proud of
sorta-
my past.
Good. You should be.
And just, I don't know if I'd want to commentate them or something. Also, sorry if I'm a little mellow right now. I feel like I'm a little bit, I feel like I'm like slightly drained from all the conversations.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I guess I'm not really used to this.
That's fair. Yeah, that's it's a pretty weird situation to just be slumped in with a bunch of strangers, or I guess semi-strangers that you don't really talk to
Yeah, it's it's like that.
I'm just starting to realize I don't really have anything else to talk about, so I'll hang up so someone else can
Okay,
fill the void
sorry
of dead
about that.
space. You have a good one. Nah, don't. It's my fault. See you
Yeah,
later.
later. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Just hanging out on the internet.
Oh my god, seriously, same. Actually, I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, I'm like not doing that because like, I'm like, while listening to this, I'm like studying.
What are you studying?
I'm studying American history right now because I have a test tomorrow. And today I had 2 tests. I had an Arabic test and
Is it like
a bio
finals?
test. Yeah, it is finals. Which I don't really mind that much because like for me at least, like obviously it's like tests are stressful, but like it's only 2 hours of the day and then the rest of it is just like do whatever you want.
Yeah,
You know
then
what I
it'll all
mean?
be
But
over
like
after
otherwise I would
the
be
tests are
in...
done. It's all over. So.
Yeah, exactly. Plus it's like when you're like I can like just forget like evolutionary biology. Like I can just let that like seep out. You know what I mean?
Just like let it all go.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was like so crazy last year because like 2 years of fucking ancient Greek, and then like after one day, it was like this is I can just like remove all this.
It's kind of funny to think about because it's like you spend so much time learning it, and then it's like, oh, thank God it's over, and I can forget
like,
all of this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Like when the fuck am I gonna use ancient Greek again? Like, but then I do feel guilty because like I was reading the other day. I was like, whenever I do like see it, like the one of like a million times, it's just like, oh, I've like forgot the word, and then I'm like, oh, damn it. But yeah, it was really interesting because like I was looking at Karl Marx's Capital the other day, and he starts like talking in Greek, and I'm like, I know this shit.
I don't know any other languages or anything. Yeah.
Oh really? Yeah, I don't know. I took Spanish in like a while ago, and then I learned nothing because it sucked. And then I took ancient Greek for 2 years because it was like required.
Ancient Greek is required.
Which like, oh, there was a choice between ancient Greek or Latin, and one of them was required. And I'll do the like individual one. Like I want to be like unique.
Really, I'm surprised one of those is required, because they're both like these dead languages, right?
Yeah, yeah, but sorry, yeah, no, like my school is like really weird, and they're like, oh, you need like a classical education, and you need to know the classics first, and oh, Mars bar, I'm 16, but yeah, they were like, this one kid in my grade, she hated Latin so much, and she was like, I want to take Japanese, and they were like, no, like you have to take Latin, and so she decided to learn more Latin if that meant being done learning it faster. Like she took it over the summer and took more Latin just so she could be like done with it faster. And she was like, finally, I'm like,
And
done.
sounds like Japanese would be more useful.
Yeah,
like,
you know,
I don't know, studying a dead language. I mean, when I was in high school, there was like Latin, but it was not required. It was just we took Spanish or French usually.
Yeah,
I retained
that's
none
like
of it
a
though.
good
Like
idea.
I don't know any Spanish.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah, I don't really remember any Spanish either. Like, oh my god, my teacher was so weird. She didn't even have a room. She just walked around with a fucking tote bag that had all her papers in it. We didn't have a workbook. It was just copied pages. And then she taught us this mnemonic device called potions.
Potions.
And yeah, potions, and like each letter stood for like a different like grammar thing. And then I thought everybody learned that in Spanish class at the time, because she was just like, oh, potions, like, you know, everyone knows potions who like speak Spanish. And I'm like, okay. And then like way later, like in high school, someone was like, oh, should I use like stare here or a star? And I'm like, oh, which one is in potions? And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I've
like,
never heard of that.
Yeah, oh my god. And then I tried explaining it to them, but I would like forget it, and they're like, you don't know it either. I'm like, sorry. But yeah, now I'm learning Arabic, which is like way more useful than ancient Greek, and it's just really fun, and I like it.
Arabic, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, we had to do like a skit, and like my group decided to do Keeping Up with the Kardashians in Arabic. Yeah, it was like kind of a mess, but it was fun.
Are you like
But
kind of focusing on like language stuff, or is this just like something you have to do?
I mean, well, like I don't have to do it anymore because I
Okay,
just
fair.
took the last test today. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm like interested in languages. I like read about them. I like I did like Duolingo and
Do you know what you're
stuff,
gonna do
and,
after
like,
high
tried to
school,
learn.
or like have an idea?
I don't, not really, but I mean, like my high school, they let you like specialize and stuff,
That's
so
cool.
I might like try to like figure stuff out before. Like, yeah, that's why I'm taking like Arabic. But like, yeah, so I'd be able to like figure stuff out like before I go to college or whatever. But yeah. And then yeah, now I'm just rereading all this shit we had to read for American history. So that's what I've been up to mostly.
Are you looking forward till, well, I guess the holidays, then a new semester?
Oh yeah. Yeah, of course. Like I'm like looking forward to just like not, you know, having to like wake up at 5:30 in the morning every day.
That's how early you wake up?
Yeah, because it takes me an hour to get to school, and it also takes me an hour to get like ready in the morning, which is like really bad, but I have no idea why it takes me that long, but it does. And then yeah, so I have to wake up at 5:30 in the morning, and it sucks. But it's not as bad as this other kid. And so I live like one city down from where my school is, but there's one kid who lives like way out in like the western part of the state, and he has to wake up at like 4:30 in the morning because he has to take this like early train that goes like all the way across the state.
Across the
and it's
state?
like, well, like halfway across. I don't know, where is air on the commuter rail? Okay. Yeah, he's in like, they're like, the train system goes out like really far, like all over the state basically, but then like there are like different zones, and he lives in like the second farthest like zone from the center, and
That
it's like,
sucks. Wait, so do you know how long the train ride is?
I don't know, I think it's like an hour and a half or something, or like 2 hours, but like for me it takes like 45 minutes or so.
When I was in college, I had like a 1 hour commute, which is...
Oh, serious? Oh, that sucks.
It wasn't... It was like, okay, I had to walk to a bus, and then ride the bus, get off the bus, get on the L train, and then... Yeah.
Oh, damn. Wait, what did you study in college? I forget.
Pretty much studying like interactive arts and media and graphic design, which is pretty much just like web stuff.
Oh yeah, that's cool. I mean, that's like basically what you're
Well,
doing
yeah,
now,
it is,
right?
because
So,
this
like,
game
are you-
thing is... It's all just like
Yeah.
browser.
are you like using the stuff that you like learned?
I
or is
am
it just,
actually,
like...
although it's a little outdated now.
Oh, that's
It's
damn.
like, actually, I'm kind of struggling because like some of the stuff that I learned years ago, it's still like really easy to use and like I like it, but there's like these newer ways of doing it that are maybe more efficient now. And so I've been like debating if I should try to learn the new stuff or just like say fuck it and keep doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I always see you, like, talking, and you're like, hey, who can help me with a passport? And I'm
Oh
like,
yeah.
what's a passport?
Oh, speaking of passport, I just got my passport. I have it on my desk.
Oh, that's tight.
But yeah, passport was like this thing where you could like log in with other websites, like Twitter, for example. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I was, like, kind of thinking, oh, like, in the game, you can be, like, tweet that you won.
Yeah, like all that kind of like, well, it's like a login thing. I'm mainly using it.
Oh, that's your passport,
Yeah.
damn. Have you, like, used it? Have you been anywhere outside
Well, I
the
have,
US?
but that was my older passport. Well, this one's
Oh,
my new one, but like
whatever.
my old one, yeah, I went to
Where did
I
you
went
go?
to Sweden and France.
Sweden and France. That's cool. I went to
Oh, cool.
Greece like 2 years ago. That was really fun. It was like a school trip, so like my school went, and like it was with my teachers and stuff, and that was like crazy, but yeah, it was fun.
What?
Did you see the chat?
Oh.
And people think I'm cool, but they're 25. That's okay. So it was like the passport. Wait, I've heard the passport is like easy to get. Like you just show up and you're like, "This is my name," and they're like, "Okay."
It's not that easy. And I was having to change name and
Oh,
gender.
okay. Oh, really?
But yeah, I got it taken care of. I got it taken care of right after Trump got elected because I was like, kind of set off like alarm bells in my head or
Oh.
something. I was like, fuck.
Wait, what was the alarm bells again? It like cut out.
Trump getting elected.
Oh yeah. Oops.
Oops.
Crazy how that happened.
So
No, that's what I feel like it was though. Like they were like, "Oh, whoops."
it's just weird. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. I mean, like, my politics are like kind of crazy. to
Well, what
most
are your
people,
politics?
So. Communism.
I don't know if I have really opinions about communism.
Oh, really? Alright, well. That's like kind of rare. I feel like most people in America are like, that will never work. Human nature will not allow it.
Well,
But,
the thing with me, like when I hear these words, like communism, I sort of like.
Yeah.
Well, from my perspective, it feels like the world is like kind of changing and evolving, and like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a huge part
So
of it.
like I don't even know like how to even really interpret like what that means in like this world now. Like I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like one of the things that happens a lot is like people who really advocate like the continuation of the capitalist system sort of act like capitalism is like the end of history, and you could totally see that when like we won the Cold War. Like a lot of people were like, okay, history is just like over now, and like we know which system won.
I mean,
But,
it's
like,
obvious that things are still changing. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then the like system has always been changing. Like it's not like we finally got to like the end game and then
yeah,
it's
I
like,
agree with you.
oh, we won. Yeah, but it like keeps working, and then that's especially like that's like mostly what you can get from like like the very beginning, or like the first half or so of like the manifesto, because like you can see right away it's like established that like the class struggle like continues and it will continue uh, before, or like will continue after like any revolution, like a communist revolution, and it will, you know, persist, and it doesn't really, you know, end anywhere. But yeah, I don't know, I just like pushing with the times and stuff, and pushing back against like powers that be and stuff.
So how do you think that would like help with issues of like inequality, or like how do you see? Well, I don't know if you thought. I don't know. Like what? I don't know. I'm just trying to keep talking about this, I guess.
Oh, it's fine. Well, like I guess one of the other like tenets of like Marxism that really speaks to me is called economic determinism, and it's basically where you see that like there's all these different social issues, and like especially between like religions and different like ethnic groups and stuff, but all of the basically like systems that we have, the like religion or structures that we have, like social structures, like religion and like general society and like race and stuff like that, are what are called superstructures, which means that the only reason that they're in place is to secure like economic like economic power, I guess. So basically all the stuff like, I guess Marx didn't really talk about this, but this is from a more like more modern perspective, especially when you take into account people like Derrida, who mostly went about deconstructing different like elements of our society, that really their purpose is economic in nature. So stuff like gender and like the compulsory like gender systems that we're all like stuck in are really for the acquisition of like capital. So yeah.
I think well, I've said this before on the stream, but I think that like that this issue of like limited prosperity and like sort of like securing like different groups sort of like, or different power structures sort of securing like the upper hand or whatever. I think this can all be transcended through through like sustainable energy and just like
definitely like I don't really read that much. I haven't really like taken the time to like go and seek out to read more like theory and articles from these people, but definitely the camp who calls themselves fully automated luxury communists, like that would totally, like I think that would be like right up your alley, considering you're all like jobs that can be done by machines shouldn't be done by humans.
Yeah, I think
stuff.
that's
And
like
that's basically
progress,
what they're saying,
because it frees up.
Yeah, exactly. But what they're saying is that that really can't happen in like an ethical way unless we get rid of money. Like like if you think about it, like sure you could do like a Bernie Sanders type thing where you just like take the money from the people who are making it and then give it to the low, but that's just like, that's the least efficient way of doing it, you know what I mean?
What do you think is efficient?
Well, it certainly wouldn't be efficient to have like, you know, just units of value that certain people control, and then even if you distribute them, among the lower classes if we communally owned these means of production that aren't even a human force that's doing it, it's all automized, then you wouldn't have to like worry about any of that, because basically
Are you saying that like everyone prospers
one
from
of
it?
exactly, everyone prospers from it, plus shit would basically be like unlimited. Like there's stuff that, yeah, like I guess there's a certain amount of like gold or whatever,
Yeah,
but
that's certain amounts of certain
you could
materials. Like there's not that much helium on the planet, but
yeah, but like who could like, oh, I'm gonna go to war, like there's not gonna, World War III isn't gonna be about like balloons.
I hope there's not
like,
a World War III.
Me too, but it would be even worse if it was just like, we're running out of helium. Who can have the helium?
I think we can get helium.
Let's go to
from,
war.
Wait, like asteroids or something? I don't know, something.
Fusion. I think nuclear fusion, we can get helium from
I
that.
don't know too much about helium. I just mentioned that because I know it's scarce.
Narcissa Wright, helium expert. Yeah, no, like, helium and stuff like that, but like, I mean, who gives a fuck about like balloons, really? Basically, you would be able to just get whatever you want. You just push a button and be like, new Gucci flip-flops or whatever.
Yeah.
And then like a robot would just make it for you, you know what I mean? And then like one of the most like common like not that well thought out arguments against communism is like, oh, it will never work because people are 10 times out of 10 gonna be greedy and want more. So, but like, you're not gonna be greedy if, like, the reason people are gonna go out and do that is because there's some of it that like they don't have, like they won't have all of it. Like they're gonna be like, oh, I don't have all the like money, so I'm gonna like go like kill people to get more. But if these like means of production were like communally owned, then like it doesn't even matter, because you could just, if you wanted more, it would literally just be a waste of effort to get it from someone else when you could get it just by, you know, partaking in the ownership of the means which get you that thing. Like, does that make sense?
I mean, I guess, well, couldn't people still desire more on top of that, though? Where...
I mean, like, what else is there on top of that?
I think
like,
there's always
everything.
There's always more. Like people can. I think people will always kind of strive for more, but
yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I think as long as like everyone's kind of like living standards and quality of life and stuff and like needs get met and are improved,
are being met, yeah.
Then I think everything would be kind of stable because everyone would be benefiting.
Oh yeah, totally.
It kind of disturbs me, like,
yeah, and especially
seeing like the huge homeless problem in the United States, and
totally, yeah.
It's like depressing.
And like, oh my god, yeah. But yeah, there's like, it's no wonder there have been, I don't know if you've like looked into this, but there's like a lot of like squatter movements of like people organizing and like mobilizing to you know, keep people from getting evicted from like the thousands of houses that there are that don't have people living in them, even though there's like so many homeless people.
You mean people are trying to take advantage of that? Like they're trying to like for personal
or
benefit?
No,
or...
like the police are like, hey, like you can't live here, like you don't have the like lease or whatever, but there was no one living there in the first place, and the police would like go in and like trying to like kill everyone, or not kill everyone, but like just trying to like mess with just the people living in there, and then the people would like organize against that to
I haven't heard about
like
that.
yeah, maybe you could look into it if that's like a type of thing that would interest you. But yeah. Anyway, I probably have to go back to
Okay.
studying, and then I have to like get at least a little bit of sleep. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But
Well, good luck on the
all
rest
right,
of
it was
your
good talking
finals
to
and
you.
stuff.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Hey.
Hello. How do you feel?
I think I'm feeling pretty good.
That's good.
I'm just a bit hungry, so I don't know how long I'll be around, but
That's fine. I probably won't be here for very long.
this has been really fun though. I was excited to do this stream today, and I forgot to restart the timer. I keep forgetting it.
How long have you been live today?
It's been 4 hours.
Oh, cool. I wasn't expecting you to stream for so long yesterday. I was like going in and out, and I kept the stream running the whole time, and I would like come back and see it was still going. I was like, oh damn. Talking to
Yeah, if
people.
I wasn't
Very
hungry right
good.
now, well, I mean, I could have Soylent or something, but I kind of want to have like a meal. So, but if I was like
Yeah.
not hungry right now, I think I could stream pretty long, like another 4 hours probably.
Oh
I don't
damn.
know, it feels kind of satisfying to just like talk to people, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely good.
Yeah, because like I don't know, it's like it's such a different element than streaming on my own. It just like
Yeah, interactive.
yeah, it's like a total.
It's not
new-
just
yeah,
exploring your own
Yeah.
thoughts. You get lost doing
yeah.
that.
Just run in circles, kind of. I mean, I'm still interacting with the chat and stuff, but it's like different. So how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. You know, my life is going pretty good. I got a job. I got a house. I'm good.
It sounds like you're in a room with a little bit of echo.
Yeah, it's tiles and hard surfaces.
It adds like an atmosphere to the. I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
Echo. Very good.
Well, I do another stream like this
Um,
tomorrow. I might actually.
3 in a row. What time are you? You have an appointment, right? I forget.
Oh
what
God, I actually forgot. Yeah, tomorrow I have a doctor's appointment. I'm gonna get my blood test done and then like talk to the doctor about some stuff.
What do you think they could find from your blood test?
Like estrogen and testosterone levels and like other
Okay, yeah,
miscellaneous things.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Because last time I had a blood test, I had just taken estradiol before I went, and it was like the levels were spiked up, so it was like kind of inaccurate. So it wasn't like a correct
Okay.
test. I need to like redo it, but the doctor didn't want me to redo it right away. They were just like, "Come back in 3 months, we'll do it again." So I want to make sure I do it.
I don't know
correctly
much
this time.
about. Yeah. Okay. I don't know much about hormone replacement shit. Do you like have to consistently like take supplements?
Yeah, every day
Or is
I take some pills. There's other ways
Right.
too, like injections and stuff. but,
Okay. Something that's more permanent.
Yeah, I don't know how often the injections have to be taken, and I think there's like I don't know. I don't mind doing the pills though.
If you stop taking the pills, like, would you completely revert?
Not completely. Some things are permanent, like breast growth, and probably some other minor things. But like
Okay.
the other effects of testosterone would start to happen. So
That's why I can't imagine doing it myself, because I'd be too lazy to do it every day.
taking pills, it's not.
And then
It's nothing really.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just something though.
Yeah.
I'm happy with my body. Yeah.
I think I'm becoming happy with my body.
That's good.
I mean, I still think being human in general is kind of sad because we age, we die, we have disease, we have problems, we have to shit, we have to eat, etc. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Some of the stuff is,
Yeah, existence is suffering.
yeah. Well,
That's how it goes.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes life is really beautiful,
Oh yeah.
but yeah.
But sometimes I feel with experiencing joy and all these positive things that you can get like oh shit, what are words? You can get like, you can feel like a reliance on, or I can feel joy today only to yearn to feel joy
Yeah,
again
yeah.
tomorrow and be completely miserable.
Is that like what just
So-
being human is though? It's like this perpetual state of like joy and suffering, like a balance that'll never be like satisfied.
I think so. I think it is.
And sometimes it feels like life is good though.
Yeah. I mean, there's never going to be like a way that you can not do anything and just be happy.
Well, what
You're
about
never
like
gonna-
Buddhism?
No, but they work every day to feel that way. They're not doing
Okay, so
nothing.
you're saying it's work what they're doing.
It looks like it. Yeah. It looks like they're doing nothing, but there's a lot of mental discipline and
Okay.
practice that actually goes into it. So, like, yeah, you're never gonna just be able to be idle and happy. You have to work towards something.
Well, what if that meditative process or whatever sort of becomes like second nature, so it's not really like effort?
It's still working towards something. Like, I had a experience a few weeks ago where I was meditating, and I was thinking about, my my intent in the world, my intent, and it was like I directed my intent at not having an intent, and it kind of like turned back in on itself. And fuck, what was the question? What am I talking about?
Being happy, being idle, and
Yeah, I still had an intent, but I had achieved my intent, and so I felt good, even though my intent was truly nothing. It was like all perception and bullshit. But it's still work. You don't just wake up and feel happy or feel achieved. You have to work at it.
but don't you think there's like, you could work really hard at something and then be miserable, and then you could work less at something else and be happy? Doesn't that exist?
It's all perception. It does exist. But, like, I was thinking, so yeah, you say that, all speedrun categories are arbitrary, right? And it's true enough. But then also, achieving a personal best in any arbitrary category, you still feel achieved, even though the category was arbitrary. So to me, it's like,
Well, yeah, I
any
think you can extract
activity,
personal meaning out of it.
yeah, you can. But then, like, why can't you extract personal meaning from any
I
activity?
mean, I guess you can,
Like-
can't you?
Yeah, exactly. So, if my goal, if I can set my own goal, then I can achieve any goal, and I can feel any amount of success from any goal. So
Isn't there like in the background a sort of like intellectual acknowledgement that sometimes the goal might not be as impactful or like
Well,
like
that's-
as much of a real achievement.
Well, that's, I mean, you know, I believe that I believe it's meaningless. So, like, I don't see any difference between successfully finishing my meal or successfully ending world hunger. Like,
See,
it's
in
only
your
my
perception, you can
perception.
just put those on the
It's
same level and be done with it.
it's selfish, but yes.
I mean, I guess you're right.
It's only my perception. Because I can think of, we were talking yesterday about all things being one thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, I look at a boulder and I look at a person and I say, is there a difference between this boulder and this person? And like, no, they're just a collection of atoms that are sitting there. So, I don't know. I think it's a dangerous way to
I
think.
think it could be dangerous
because,
to think that way, yeah.
Yeah. Because, you know, life is precious.
Why?
Well, it is quite a complex collection of atoms, and it's not something that I think we should just
I agree with
discard.
you.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, perception. Bloody hell.
Yeah, sometimes I think about just like being alive right now. Like being alive in this moment. On this planet after all this evolution. And like, I don't know. In a way it feels kind of like epic or something. It feels kind of like special and precious.
This moment is all we perceive. You know, we can remember the past, we can make predictions about the future, but we only have this moment, and we only ever always have this moment. So I don't know what I'm saying.
Well, what about like I was talking earlier about how I take like a bunch of photos and like I archive my streams. And like this conversation we're having right now, like this conversation will still exist after we're done talking.
Yeah, but we can look back on it, but that will be in that moment, which will still be this moment. You know what I'm saying? Like we only are aware of now. Our awareness doesn't like go through time. Our awareness is now.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of want to talk about like my story.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Okay. I feel weird talking about myself, but I'm gonna do it.
Just unleash it.
All right. So I want to start in like my early years of high school, where I had like everything I could really want. I had good grades, I had friends, I had romance, I had people to look up to, and I had people looking up to me. I had all these things. And people closest to me gave me so much support and told me that I could do anything, and so I could. And I achieved like success in anything that I like tried to do, but I never felt that the success was mine, because I felt that it was a result of other people's influence on me. I didn't really care to be successful. I only like wanted to impress other people. So like I put all this pressure on myself and tried so hard to achieve, and it felt like so meaningless. So then I found like rock and roll in my later years of high school, punk rock, where it was all about fighting against the system, and I was like, fuck yeah, fight against the system. This,
Wait,
like,
do you know why that
other
appealed to
people-
you?
Because I was so because I didn't want to put myself through all this bullshit of working so hard and like striving to succeed and feeling all this angst and worry that I was going to fail because I just wanted other people to like me. Like, what the fuck? Can't I just like myself? What, like, rock and roll, yeah, just live now and feel good and fuck everyone. So, yeah, where was I? Yeah, so I still like did very well in my high school, but when I left school, it was to me like I was leaving the system. That was it. People were no more like people no more would have any influence on my life. My life was all mine now. So then I did whatever I wanted. I went to uni because I had no idea what I wanted to really do with my time. And studying I was pretty good at. So I went to uni, but I didn't want to study, so I didn't study. And I just played video games because that was fun. And I fucking failed all my courses, but I didn't really care about it. I just kept going to uni. I kept enrolling and failing and enrolling and failing. And I told everyone that was closest to me that I was at uni and I was going to get my degree, but I didn't give a shit. And then, so I was wondering a lot then what was actually important to me. It wasn't success. So I didn't know. But I had friends. My friends were fun to be around. And I showed my friends love. And that caused me great suffering in the long run. Because I showed them love, but I didn't like have any intent to make that like a long relationship. It was just, I see you're suffering and I know how to fix this. I can say, are you doing all right? Oh, that guy who called you a dickhead, what a dickhead he was. And so people liked me and grew close to me and I was close to them, but there was always a disconnect where it was only for my own benefit, kind of. It was like, I don't like to see you suffer, so you shouldn't. But I don't have any intent to make this last. And so, to give someone something only to take it away really fucks with them. And I was like, I'm a monster for doing this. Like, I hate me now. Why would I do that to somebody? And so I then secluded myself entirely and I locked myself in my bedroom. I was living in a 6-bedroom apartment at uni, and I locked myself in my bedroom and I didn't talk to any of my friends. And I only went out to eat food, and whenever I went out of my room, I couldn't look at anyone in the eye. So it was like, how could I connect only to disconnect? And it really fucked my head. That's when I was starting to have suicidal thoughts. And it started with just like one day I was falling asleep and my mind was wandering. And then the thought that popped into my head was, I wish I was dead. And then I woke up and I was like, that's not a good thought to have. Do I really wish I was dead? No. No, I don't. No. I want to live. Okay, I can go to sleep. It started with that. And then it went to a day I remember where I was lying in my bed and everything was gray. And the only thought I had was, I wish I was dead. 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 And it was hours relentlessly. And it fucking sucked, man. Fucking sucked. And then I remember sitting on my windowsill on the 8th floor with my legs over the edge, just looking at the ground and looking right at myself and looking at what it was. It was this feeling that I've talked about just before, that how could I give someone something only to take it away? How can I be? I didn't know. And then I met a dude, this old dude. He was a expert on mind. He was a Buddhist. He trained. I don't know. He studied under Buddhist monks for decades in temples and shit, and he was the real deal. And he also was like a neurochemical dude, and he now spends his time talking to people like me who feel anxiety and these sorts of things, and tries to impart a gift of what he's learned. So he told me his lesson. This is where I want to finish my story. His lesson. That showing someone love, it's not my fault that they then are like fall in love. It's not my fault that they can't just say thanks or be thankful and then move on, that they have to yearn then to feel that love again. And then that's where their suffering comes from. Their suffering is not mine. That's theirs. And I can choose to show love. And now I can connect with the world again. So his lesson really saved me.
Thank you for sharing that. You're a really good storyteller.
I've gone over it a few times in my head. But thank you.
So, yeah, I don't know. That's something to think about. So, does that concept go against the idea of oneness, where it's like that's their suffering, it's separate from you? That like all things are one? Because if all things are one, wouldn't it also be your... I'm not trying to drag you back out of this or anything. I'm just kind of curious about if that connects in some way.
I mean, I don't want to... Yeah. No, I'm more than happy to talk about shit with you. I think that, you know, as individuals, we have our own perception. And thinking about all things as one thing, it doesn't mean that like your consciousness is my consciousness. It's your perception. And if your perception is suffering, then I can choose to adopt to feel empathy and to try and help you. But that doesn't mean that it's my suffering. I have my own perception.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
I don't know.
Just making me think about like identity and self and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically just like a pharmacy in our brain that just gives us chemicals. And like unlocking the secrets of how to, you know, how to like control, not I guess, but of unlocking the secrets of this pharmacy and saying like I can feel any way at any time. I know how to feel this way. how to feel that way, and I choose to feel this way.
You choose
That's
to
how
feel.
that's how I'm kind of looking at it now. Yeah.
That seems powerful. Like the ability to choose your feelings.
That's what Buddhist philosophy is kind of all about. It's like, our perception is irrelevant, like irrelevant to the goings on around us. Our perception is entirely within our mind and our body, and like shit can happen, outside of our body that we like react to, but we don't have to react to it. Like, why the hell would, getting a world record in Ocarina of Time make you feel so amazing? Why couldn't you just feel amazing every day for no reason? You can. It's all in your head.
I want to be able to drop the fear that I have sometimes.
Well, to that I'll say that it's important just to know how to breathe and to know when that you're not, like, when to remind yourself to breathe. If you feel like trapped in some thought, then what helps me is to say, all thoughts pass.
Yeah, that helps.
And no thought has lasted my entire life. So if I wait, then this thought will go. And usually when I say that to myself, it goes much quicker.
Feeling kind of, yeah,
you
feeling kind
breathing?
of at peace.
Yeah. I think I've searched for this peace that you're also searching for, because for so long I've been, I've played a lot of like competitive video games, and which like push me to be fully aware of now, and reacting quickly to things that are happening, and just snapping between focuses quickly, and putting my refresh rate of my mind at like as high as I can go, and training that. And I've been doing this for so long that searching for the other stillness of mind seems so appealing to me at the moment.
Can I tell you about a strange dream I had last night?
Please.
This was a really messed up dream.
Go.
Okay, so I had a dream that there's this guy online, this boy, and I kind of wanted to like hook up, and I only knew them from like online, and I end up hooking up, but I was like duped somehow. It like wasn't the person who I thought it was, and they were like using this against me, and like kind of tormenting me, and like just trying to take advantage of me, kind of. And it got more and more frustrating, and like I got more and more upset, and finally I'm actually like stabbing them in the head with a knife over and over, sinking the blade into their head, and they're not dying, they're still alive, they're just immortal. And once I realized that I couldn't do anything, I kind of gave up. And then I woke up, and it's a really strange dream.
It is.
And it's so violent
I don't know
because
what-
I'm not violent in real life. But in this dream, it's like there's such this feeling of like needing like
It would-
control.
yeah, it's definitely.
I think it's about
It's
control.
like symbolic violence. It's not. Yeah. I mean, yeah. We all want to have last words. That's just a fact.
It was just strange because like even when I became incredibly violent and like was unleashing everything or whatever, it's like it didn't solve anything, and I didn't have any control in the end. There was no control. It was so strong, like this, I don't know, it's just a really weird dream. It's like seeking control.
Yeah. I mean, to this I'll say that you don't have any control over others.
I learned
Just as others have no
okay,
control
like
over
this
you.
year I've been almost exploring that concept, and like it's like I've almost been trying to like bend the universe into my favor, and like, you know,
Yeah.
I've bumped up against
That's
other
that's
people's like, you know, I can't control other people. Like I do not have control
Like,
over other people. I am not like the universe.
If you want to have control over the universe, then it's your perception that you should aim your efforts at. It's not others' actions, because you don't make me anything. We don't make each other anything. We make ourselves things. Yeah. It's like I can only seek to offer you a gift. You like have to be the one who takes it.
Yeah, I guess it's like we all have our own like freedom of choice and decisions, and people can kind of be manipulated in a way, but not like you can't take away their like soul or whatever, their will, you can't take away there's something you can't take away.
I feel that thinking about manipulating people is not very good.
I kind of earlier this year, like I sort of was experimenting with this because I took a picture of myself where I look like horrible. Like it's like this kind of eye-popping image that like stands out. It's like a selfie I took with like this horrific look on my face, and I
Okay.
put it online. And I
That's
did
pretty
that
funny.
because I knew that people were eager to try to like put themselves above me. And so
Yeah,
I knew
to tell you
I
that you're
knew
shit.
that they would spread the image everywhere. And they did. And I feel like I kind of manipulated them into doing that because they thought they were kind of like stepping on me. But I was sort of like kind of aware of what they were going to do, and like I felt like I was almost using them to just like spread my image everywhere.
That's funny.
I don't know, it's just strange.
Almost time for food, eh?
Pretty soon. Sorry if this conversation got a bit disturbing.
No, this is what I live for. Meaningful banter is all I really do nowadays.
Anyway, yeah, I feel like I've just come to this like realization that, you know, people can't be controlled, and I shouldn't try to control other people, and I should not be doing that, and I should, I don't know. But
Well,
that's
that's
the
good.
weird thing, like
yeah,
that dream
that's
last night,
good.
it was all about control. It was like I was not in control, and I was seeking control, and I couldn't achieve it. Like that's what the dream really was, I think. Even with like the violent
Yeah.
imagery and like the setting, I think it was really kind of about control. So
Yeah.
I don't know why that happened, but I guess it's still there. You know, there are things in the world that I don't like that I cannot control. And some of these things are what people say and do. And sometimes you can try to make a stand or like try to do something, like interface with it and like get people to like think or change their opinion or something, but yeah,
I don't see the
you
point.
don't see the point.
No. You do have control of your own perception of those things you say you don't like. So I don't see the point in trying to change the thing when you can just change how you feel about it.
I guess I have a sort of paranoid outlook that if some of the things that bother me continue on and like sort of like fester and like it could sort of like breed bad things and I want to like stamp it out, but maybe it's just totally bad to try to do that because then that's like giving attention, which can actually like cause the opposite effect of what I want.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty lost, I'll be honest.
Oh, sorry.
No, not in this conversation, just in life.
Oh. Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's right. We can feel however we want. Oh dear. Okay, I'm going to go first.
Thank you for the conversation.
No, thank you for listening. Bye bye.
Okay, I think maybe it's time for me to go, so. Yeah, so I'm gonna head out soon, and if people want to maybe give their thoughts about the stream or like what you think about the conversations and stuff, I haven't been paying too close attention to the chat, I think, so. I think I'm gonna do this again tomorrow. I found this to be really good. Like, there's so much diversity with people, and if I'm just speaking alone, then I mean that can be very good too, but I think this brings a new element to everything that like I think feels good. Like, I woke up today feeling motivated to do this stream, and you know, motivation doesn't come easy. And I'll probably do it again tomorrow because I just really enjoyed it. Sometimes, I don't know what it is. It's like, I think with some people, I feel awkward, I feel quiet, and I don't know how to like interface with some people. I don't know. It just seems to happen. And then other people, it's less awkward. I don't know. It's just strange. Oh, Kopitz. Yeah, we could talk maybe tomorrow or something if you wanted to. I enjoyed our conversation. Welcome to the human experience. Yeah. I think I feel really at peace after these streams. There's something interesting. I don't know. A conversational backup plan. No, I think, well, I don't know. It's just, I let it be awkward if it's awkward. It's strange though. It's like, I think sometimes I go in and like I don't say anything and then they don't say anything and it's just like there's not really something happening, or sometimes it feels like I'm struggling to like interact. I don't know. So yeah, yesterday I felt good after the conversation as well, but my dream was really fucked up. So I hope that I don't have another fucked up dream tonight. That was really strange. The thing is though, after I woke up, I calmed down pretty fast. It was just like in the moment, I was like, give me control, give me fucking control. And then I sort of woke up and I was like, okay. And then I calmed down. So. All right. Thank you for watching. Yeah, we can look at the chat if it gets awkward. I think the chat, okay. I'm gonna go to the chat if I feel awkward and like use the chat, I think. All right.